And the City of Pico Rivera City Council meeting is called to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember, Directors, Commissioners, Laura,
Here.
Lutz,
Here.
Dr. Monica Sanchez,
Here.
Mayor, President, Chairman Elias.
You said let's.
Elias.
Elias.
Oh, Eli, okay. Here. Okay, let's see, we are going straight into the study session. Mr. City Manager?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yes, this is part of our five-year strategic plan, our future adoption. This time, I'm going to turn it over to Caitlin McGee to make the introduction to the consultant.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. This study session will be one in a series of two that will lead up to the formal adoption of the strategic plan in January 2022. As you know, the development of the city's first comprehensive five-year strategic plan is an iterative process. It's included city council retreats, the development of an internal strategic working group, and qualitative and quantitative data collection through the community survey, the employee engagement survey, community engagement events, and informational interviews with the executive team. So today we're joined by Donald St. Clair of McIntyre St. Clair, who is serving as the city's consultant in the development and preparation of the final strategic plan. And today we'll be focusing the majority of our conversation on the city's mission, vision, and value statements. So with that, I'll hand it over to Don.
Thank you, Caitlin. Good evening. Council members, it's a pleasure to be here. My pledge to you is to use your time effectively and efficiently this evening, and I'm going to make my comments as concise as possible, and I do, of course, invite you to cut in and break in with questions anytime you wish to. First of all, let me very briefly introduce myself again. My name is Don St. Clair. I'm a partner in the consulting firm called McIntyre St. Clair. My business partner, Janet McIntyre, is also partnering with me on this project, is not with me this evening. Our firm has been in existence since 1999. I have been a member of the firm since about 2015. During that period of time since 2015, we focused our practice on strategic planning, leadership development, and team building and coaching. Most of our work, meaning 90% of our work, is with city or county government and nonprofit organizations, precious little private sector work. Municipal clients or government clients that we've had in the last 5 years or so that might be of interest to all of you include Azusa, Burbank, Glendale, Norco, Pasadena, Pico Rivera, Rosemead, San Gabriel, Southgate, and the county of Fresno, where we did a major strategic planning project last year. That's not an all-inclusive list. It's the list that I thought might be most relevant to the work that we're doing here now. The purpose tonight of our conversation is to give you a quick look at the current state of mission, vision, and values for the city of Pico Rivera. Mission is defined as what do we do? Vision is described as why do we do what we do? And values are described as the principles that guide our actions, the things that guide our behaviors, how we work with one another, and how we work with the constituents in our cities. This is the current city mission statement. It was adopted a number of years ago, and we think that it properly reflects the Pico Rivera of that time. In working with the team, the strategic planning work group, the executive team, referring to notes from a council retreat that you had back in the summer, and also working with executive team interviews, we have proposed the following revised mission statement. Our mission is to positively impact our community through excellent service, stewardship of resources, and active civic engagement. I want to make a couple of editorial comments about the mission statement. It is one sentence. We prefer one sentence mission statements. Sometimes they can be 2 or 3 sentences, but we prefer one statement because it's concise, it's to the point, and it hits what have come from our investigation thus far as major bullet points about the aspirations and the vision for the city moving forward. what we'd like you to do is reflect upon this for a second. If you have questions or comments, we'd like to entertain those. Tonight will not be a ratification, however, of this statement or the values or vision statement. It will be your first look at it. So you may provide feedback to us this evening. You can, of course, provide feedback to us at any time in the process that you wish to. And this will come to you for ratification at an appropriate time in the future prior to ratification of the full strategic plan. So I would invite any comments regarding the proposed mission as you see it now.
Mayor Pro Tem?
None at this moment, no.
No? Councilman? No?
I like it. I'd like to shorten it. My suggestion, it's complex. I'm wondering if perhaps an alternative would be our mission is to provide excellent service, stewardship of resources, and active civic engagement to our community members. It's clean. It's not fractured. I'm not being critical. I'm just offering an alternative, and I appreciate the presentation.
Well, council member, I expect you to be critical in a constructive way, and I'm okay with that. What I've been telling the team, what I've been telling the work group and the executive team, the city manager and assistant city manager is, this is not my mission statement. This is Pico Rivera's mission statement. So when I'm asked, well, do you like this suggestion or do you not like this suggestion? What I like is irrelevant in this conversation. It's what works for all of you that is most relevant in this conversation. And it's in fact the only thing that's relevant. So we will take that suggestion under advisement. We won't ratify changes tonight. I will tell you that I appreciate and agree with less is more in a mission statement. The more succinctly and directly you can say what needs to be said, the better off. So I appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
My comment, obviously, is when I first encountered our mission statement, I was a little bit concerned because it was talking about the focus was the workforce rather than the community. So I understand where you're coming from in that, and I agree with the emphasis on that.
Yeah. And Mayor, I agree with you too regarding the current mission statement, that it was a little internally focused. Now, I want to also say at this point, though, I don't want the council to have the impression that I, in my brilliant consulting capability, drafted this. I started it, and the team really worked hard to make it better. So I want to make sure that you understand that this is not necessarily my work. I started it, but the team has worked hard to refine this and make it better. So I want to make sure the credit goes where the credit is due.
Can I ask how the staff is reacting to this? How are you doing with this, sir?
Yeah, recognizing that it's a draft, I certainly don't see a problem with it as of yet, especially considering it's also been a collaborative effort across departments and across the organization. And the fact that there's a dedicated working group that's charged to look at this and to provide it as a recommendation. But in the end, it's really going to be up to the council to determine whether or not it needs modification or to be strengthened or what have you. But so far, I think it's a good starting point.
Was that a political answer?
Vote for me. No.
Yes, it was. Can you tell HR? Can you tell me?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Typically HR is more internally focused on our workforce. I did participate in this process, and I do like Councilmember Lutz's suggestion, and I also do like the proposed mission statement, and I think it'll help clarify sort of our internal mission if we could adopt a new strategic plan through this process.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This has been something that's been in the works for the last few years, and through all of the collective efforts of all the executive team, the strategic working group, and even through outreach with the community, this is something that has been developed with all of those things being collectively brought into the presentation that you see today. So it's not a final document, but like Javier said, it's a starting point. We'll continue to refine it as we get the results of the employee engagement and as we go into the second strategic retreat with the city council.
Parks and Recreation, is this our mission statement?
This is the first time I've seen it, so it's quite vague for Parks and Rec, but it could work, absolutely.
Councilman, you have any comments?
Well, just quickly reading it, been involved in various creation of mission statements, visions, and values, and I would agree that it needs to be less is more, but specific as well. But I think in any mission, it's ever evolving. It's definitely something that changes as well, and we adapt to it. But I think it's a good start for us to begin to include our perspective as to the specific of what we do as a municipal government.
Councilman?
I think we're missing the forest for the trees. I think we're too engaged on the semantics of it. I'm more concerned about the substance behind that. How are we going to achieve that? Whether it has a word or not or what have you, no one ever, like in my opinion, no one ever, you read a mission statement and you move on. You want to see what's in that organization. How do they treat people? How do they do that? So I'm not going to get too hung up on the semantics of it. I'm more concerned about the substance behind it and how we as an organization put that into practice.
Council member, I want to respond to that because I think you've said something really important. I do a lot of this work up and down the state, up into the Central Valley, even in Northern California at times. And I've crafted a number of these even during my professional career of 30 years in higher education. And I've never, ever crafted one or been involved with one that I thought was absolutely perfect. And that goes to your point. It needs to be, I don't like the phrase good enough because that makes it sound like good enough, but it needs to be good enough to get consensus that everybody's kind of okay with it. And it communicates the direction you want to go. It doesn't have to be perfect. And you're absolutely right. What's important is what happens where the rubber meets the road. What do you do to actually make your organization, your city this way?
Yeah, and it's definitely, in my opinion, an improvement from what was previously, from what the current mission is. Because the current mission is that's quite wordy. That's quite wordy and it's very existential where it's going at. This is just it's community focused.
Yes.
And it's very simple and basic.
And Don, if I may add something, like Don said, this is just the beginning, and to your point, Councilmember Lara, the mission, vision, and values set the stage for how we're going to do it. So that's the next phase that we're all collectively going to participate in over the next few months and deliver something, that council can consider and approve in January so that we can move forward in our goal setting and, subsequent capital planning and budget planning and things of that nature.
May I continue? Thank you, sir. Vision and values. This is the current vision and values. There's a lot in here, and it's really good. It hits all of the salient points that needed to be hit. It's good. It's substantial. We recommend this. We recommend breaking it into two different statements, which is more classically done. A proposed vision statement. This is what we are proposing at this point. I want to talk about vision statement for just a second. Vision statement should be aspirational. It should be somewhat reflective of your dream for your city or your organization. It does not have to be measurable, and it in fact does not have to be achievable. It needs to be aspirational. It needs to be the why you get up in the morning and do the work you do. Pico Rivera will be a progressive, thriving, connected community that sets the standard for quality of life and collaborative governance. I'll invite your comments. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I think this is a good start, and I look forward to engaging more. Makes it clear and short, concise.
Pico Rivera is a progressive, thriving, not will be, is.
Okay, I want to respond to that in that I understand, council member, where you're coming from, that if we say will be, it implies that it isn't. It's not intended to imply that as much as it's intended to be aspirational. That said, I want to flip back to my earlier comments, and that is that this is not my vision statement. It's a vision statement that needs to meet the consensus of all of you.
Councilman?
And excuse me for being late, but I just wanted a quick question. Are we expected to edit this here in the dais, or are we just listening and the beginning of a draft that we can provide input at a later date, or both?
Yeah, both, actually. You can provide it today or at a later time in the future.
Okay. Well, this is a good start. It's a good opportunity for us to look at and review, so thank you.
Of course.
Councilman? Laura?
I respect where my fellow council member is coming. I think it's just a matter of tense, and it's a matter of the state of being, right? So if this is a vision, then it's something that you propose that's off into the future that you're striving to become. So the future will be, the future tense would be appropriate, right? The modifier, instead of is, because that's a current, you're there now. Well, we're here at a good place, but we want to be at a better place. That's what I perceive the vision of this council. We want to move the city to a better place than what it's currently. It's good now, but we want it to be better. And that's, I think, what the vision is going on. No, it's clean, it's concise, in my opinion, it's an improvement of the current vision and values that we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all valuable comments. Thank you. Mayor, may I proceed? Thank you. Proposed values. Quick word about values. We in our consulting practice have a rule of thumb. Actually, it's a rule of fingers and thumb. We think that things like major strategic directions and values should be restricted to no more than 5 items. Now, again, these are not my proposed values. These are for the city of Pico Rivera. So you have the opportunity to override that as a council or as a management team. The reason we try to restrict to 5 is because it makes you make choices. Because otherwise we could end up with a list of literally 10, 12, 14 values. And all of them no one would disagree with any of them. But we try to make you make choices of those handful of things that are most important to you. These things emerged from robust conversations, particularly with the strategic planning working group, with city manager, assistant city manager. We believe that the sentiments that emerge from the community survey are reflected here as well. However, they need to be able to gain the consensus of the council, and we need to make sure that they are relevant to the community. The 5 proposed values are accountability, transparency, equity and inclusion, collaboration, and respect. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Nothing further?
No.
Okay, excellent. We have identified from all of the sources that I mentioned, that both Caitlin and I have mentioned earlier, 5 things that we think may reflect the major strategic priorities of the city moving forward. Now, again, this is my rule of 5. Make choices. Make sure you don't have a laundry list of 10 or 12 things, because the longer the list is, the less likelihood is they'll get attention. Not in order of priority. You will note that this is strategically, no pun intended, placed on a wheel. Because when we put them in a list, our minds immediately go to whatever's at the top of the list is most important, whatever's at the bottom of the list is least important. It's not what we want to do. We want these to be of equal importance. So I'm going to start on the right. Economic development and land use, infrastructure, public health and safety, community engagement, and organizational and fiscal sustainability. I'm going to make some editorial comments about this. Economic development and land use. Clearly, economic development is almost always a priority for municipalities. Pico Rivera is in the unique position. Land use is always important, but because of the Whittier Dam project, you all are at a point right now where land use issues are particularly important, much more than they might be in other communities. Infrastructure, it reflects the normal roads and streets and that kind of thing. It might also, however, include technological infrastructure, wireless capability, those kinds of things. Public health and safety. Public safety is almost always a strategic priority of every city. We are now seeing, you're not the first city, in fact, you're the second city that we're currently working with, who without our prompting added public health and safety, added the word health. I don't think there's a surprise to that. We've just been through a 100-year experience, a 100-year pandemic, the likes of which none of us have ever seen and hopefully will never see again. So I think most cities are now looking at public safety as public health and safety for I think, fairly self-evident reasons. Community engagement. Lots of times our constituents don't know what we're doing. They're not as tuned into what we're doing as we would like them to be. And my personal philosophy is that if people don't really know what you're doing, they assume that what you're doing is inadequate. They assume that what you're doing isn't good or isn't good enough. So there's a sentiment among the leadership of the city that the city needs to double down on community engagement and not just pushing out messages, but getting response, pushing out messages and getting dialogue with the community in an intentional way. And then finally, organizational and fiscal stability. Two things. Fiscal stability is self-evident, balanced budget, use your resources wisely. Organizational stability is a different piece. Organizational stability is making sure that you have perpetuity in staffing and consistency in staffing and training and the things that you need to make sure you have a city workforce that's here ready to do its job every day. Keep going? Okay. Next steps. We would like to this month finalize mission, vision, and values. That means that any feedback you all have should go to city manager and assistant city manager as soon as possible. We're not necessarily suggesting that this will come to the council for ratification this month, but we'd like to settle it down as much as we can this month. This month, we will continue the process of creating realistic goals and strategies. That process will continue, in fact, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the executive team. And we will have as our objective to have high-level realistic goals and strategies relatively agreed to by the end of the month. December will be the process of developing departmental action plans. So we got the strategies, so what? Who's going to do what and when are they going to do it? December will also be the point where we will establish performance measurements. How are we going to know when a particular strategy is achieved or completed? How are we going to know when we've made significant enough progress towards a particular goal or objective? And then our goal is still by about the middle of January to bring a final strategic plan to the council for full adoption so that it may inform the budget process next year. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes the formal part of my presentation. Happy to entertain any questions that I can, as I'm sure the city manager and assistant city manager are as well.
Comments? Councilman?
Thank you for bringing something professional to our city.
Thank you.
Thank you for understanding some of the current issues that we're dealing with, such as the Whittier Narrows Dam, and incorporating that. So it shows that you just didn't copy and paste this from another city to ours.
No.
We're also dealing with water issues. It's a potential carcinogen, so I think public health and safety is definitely appropriate. My only request is that we need to push this out to the community once we finalize these visions, these goals, and that's through social media, that's through community engagement, because it does nothing if we just kind of look at this, agree, have a nice slide presentation, have formal meetings, but if the community doesn't understand what the vision of the council is and where we're striving for as an organization, then it's all for naught. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Councilman?
I thank you for your presentation. It's thorough, and looking forward to additional commentary. Very well provided. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, basically concur with my colleagues, and thank you, staff, for bringing this forward as well. This is excellent. We're in the right direction.
All right. Thank you, council members, mayor. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, we're still on the subject. I want to thank you, city manager, for this because, again, this is historic.
Yes, Mayor, I appreciate the support. I think it's a collaborative effort that we all have undertaken this effort. So, yes, as soon as we bring it back forward to council, it's something that we can all take pride in.
Okay. Are we done with this?
Yes.
Okay. So the next item comes,
Yes, Mayor, City Council. Next item is Mayor's proposed resolution. As the last meeting, council meeting we had, we agreed to have this discussion item, go through each item one by one. If there's consensus on the item, to move it forward to the next council meeting to be agendized and fully voted on with the full staff report on each item. So again, tonight's discussion item on these items. We're going to bring this up on the screen, and I'll leave it up to the mayor to run through each item one by one.
can you see?
Yeah, you want to zoom it
You
in a
can?
little bit?
Okay, oh, well, the way that it was originally formatted was the whereas, what exists, and then to be resolved. But I think I'll be able to, since we are looking at a time situation here, is just provide you a preface here. The first whereas comes from our ordinance books, our civics books here. The city council establishes the city council's overall policy direction and is responsible for determining the size, scope, and financing of the city services and projects, okay? So that is our mission, that is what we are intended to do and elected to do. Now, I had mentioned previous that, there was a meeting that I had regarding the agenda. And, a management representative spoke about the fact that she thought that the agenda should be established by the budget, okay, by the budget. And I agreed with her, okay? I agree with her. I agreed that operations requires a budget, but so does the city council, because again, its involvement is in the priority situation, okay, and public policy situation. So the city government should actually have two agendas per se. One operational, and again, one from the public policy situation. So what my resolution is to be resolved that the mayor, an elected official, or in the absence of the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem be included in the preparation of the Pico Rivera City Council's regular and special meeting agendas. Again, providing the opportunity where two agendas, okay, can be established as they're required. Any discussion on that? Now, I have to mention that when we're talking about public policy, one of the most critical steps in public policy is setting the agenda, identifying what the problems are, identifying what the priorities are, as we're talking about it right now. So again, the importance of us having input into the agenda is not only important, it's essential. So I ask that, how do you want to do this? That we put it to the next agenda for a vote?
If there's consensus to move it forward.
Is there any questions?
I don't know if there's any discussion item on it.
Mayor, if I may request, I know you wanted to go through the entire resolution. Can you go through the entire resolution, and then we can have a discussion as to the merits of the resolution?
Okay, right, so what I did right there is offer a preface in here. going through the entire resolution, my first resolution is to be resolved that the mayor and elected official, or in the absence of the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem be included in the preparation of Pico Rivera City Council's regular and special meeting agenda. Are there any questions? Are there any comments?
Mayor, I have a question. To be included in the preparation is simply to be made aware several days prior to the normal Thursday production of the copy of the agenda?
Well, we have a situation right now where we're doing it a week or so ahead, okay? The city manager meets with me every Monday, okay? And we not only discuss the agenda itself, but the completed product.
Okay.
Well, it seems you already have, you already are included in the preparation.
Well, see, that,
Mayor has the capacity to do that.
well, no, because again, what we're talking about was that this, okay, this was not part of the practice, okay? When I first became mayor, the mayor was not allowed to discuss this, okay? That's why we see the need to be able to put this into a resolution so that it's consistent. And by all, the gatherings there, it's going to make it a lot simpler for you as you become mayor. Because again, you're going to want to participate in the agenda situation. So it's not a situation of just assuming that things go in. I'm concerned about codifying things, okay? Having things in writing rather than just the discretion of one individual or the other.
Well, since we're in that item, and, I've been mayor 3 times. I've had the pleasure of working with quite a lot of mayors, and from what I recall, everyone has been engaged in the review process of the final copy of the agenda. No one has been involved in the preparation of an agenda as it relates to input, having the authority to add or remove items from the agenda. So I'm a bit concerned of giving any one council member, in this case the mayor, an authority that grants him the authority to add items or remove items from the agenda. I think that in itself can be eventually, not to say from this council, but misused. And so I do agree that the mayor should have an opportunity to review the agenda as is to be published, but the duty of the actual creation of the agenda falls solely on staff, the city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney. But, I've been involved, and I've had many conversations with many councils and many city managers, many cities throughout. And other than being part of the review, I've yet to hear a council member having the authority to add or remove items to the agenda. I think there's been an improvement here in the sense that, from the concerns that I've heard, that we have added in the agenda requests from council to be added and discussed, and what the updates and statuses of those items that have been requested and seconded by the city council. So that is something new to the agenda, which is good. But I'm concerned with any one council member having the authority to add or remove items from the agenda.
Councilman?
If you don't mind, if I could just respond to that, that's an assumption. It doesn't state that. It just says preparation. See, it doesn't state that one single mayor has the ability to add or subtract. It just says involved in the preparation. How you define preparation, I think, are further discussions and can be further hammered out. But this sets the stage for that, those later future discussions. But to say that this one ordinance or resolution part allows the mayor to add and subtract things, I think it's a non sequitur, because it doesn't follow, because that's not what's here. It just says a preparation of. That word preparation can mean many things. And I think legal counsel wants to chime in, so I'll.
Mr. Mayor, that really hits the nail on the head on the crux of this conversation is what is intended to be included in the preparation? Does that mean the mayor's going to type up the agenda? Does it mean they're going to make photocopies of the agenda, post it on the website? Or does it mean that a mayor has the ability to add, subtract, veto items from coming on the agenda? Or, as I think is just being mentioned, there is this dialogue with the mayor, current mayor, on what's on the agenda, and there's an agenda forecast, I think, does that go to the council? So that the council is aware of what's going to be on the agenda, but we would, I mean, from a legal standpoint, I would suggest that we get some clarity as to what is intended to be included in the preparation.
If I may just rejoin that. I agree with that. I agree 110%. But this here gets us on the beachhead, right? As a council, we land on the beachhead. How we determine how we move forward after that on what specifics or what sort of a unilateral authority you want to give the mayor are later discussions, and they can be voted on by the council. But this establishes a beachhead for the council to be able, and for the mayor, to be part of the discussion of the agenda process. Because I'll tell you, there's Thursdays where it's like, okay, what are we discussing this week? Oh, well, let me hurry up and read 500 pages, right? I need to make sure that the agenda at least has council input, okay? Not just the assumption that it does. And by that, I mean by the mayor, who I hope would supersede any political, just would rise above and say, based upon conversations with my colleagues, based upon our mission, based upon our values, this is where I think the council is going. I want to make sure that the agenda sticks to that. That's preparation. So, sorry, I was long-winded.
And if I may, Mayor, only to respond in that context, and what my colleague states is correct in the sense that, the preparation is so broad and open-ended that there is no clarification as to what exactly it is we're going to do. And so for me, I take it from the context of what I explained as to what exactly does that mean. Does it mean to the extent of being involved in adding or deleting items, or does it mean, reviewing and having an understanding? The common practice has always been Thursday, publish. We have a responsibility. We were elected to give up a lot of hours to read this and be prepared for today's meeting. It's a business meeting. We come prepared. That's a sacrifice we make. Whether we need a week or more or so, well, that's on you, but we need to put our time into it. But nonetheless, in agreeing with my colleague, this is a broader conversation. I think this is where these items, when we had our strategic planning meeting or our retreat, these are the type of things that we discuss at a retreat to determine, okay, how do we go from here? How do we make improvements? And not in a form of a resolution or presented as a form of a resolution, and not necessarily let's do and vet and do the research and have our conversations and to determine what is the best practice. Because I'm all for improvement, but what is the best practice?
Thank you. Just one last comment, one brief comment. The way I see this is kind of akin to the U.S. Constitution, okay? You have the U.S. Constitution and the various articles, but layered underneath that is centuries of interpretation based upon Supreme Court or judicial rulings or acts by the legislative branch that further defines and shapes what that meant, either like the Commerce Clause, and how does the federal government interact with federally Indian tribes, right? There's case law. That, by establishing this, is kind of like establishing a constitution. It gives us a beachhead. It sets a foundation. How we choose to go forward on the intricacies later on are further discussions, but we continue to build and thrive into something where it's equitable. Because in my opinion, it's not equitable. But how do we get to where the scales of power are balanced?
And by that, council member, we bring something forward that we're being asked to vote, or we're asked to move forward to vote on the item. But, from what I understand, the resolution that's presented by the mayor has not had an opportunity to be reviewed by our city attorney to make sure that at the very least, as we create these constitutional language, as you mentioned, that at the very least is vetted through a legal process that gives us a good foundation to build on.
Well, Mr. City Manager, have you looked, I mean, we had this, I met with him the other night when we had a discussion about these resolutions. And him and I, we went back and forth. So I don't know what you're saying that legal counsel hasn't looked at. That.
I'm basing it on the agenda item from last meeting's report that was given to the agenda, and I have a copy of it here that specifically states that as of October 26th, this item was not submitted for the city manager, city attorney for review or comment.
Let me say this. 99% of the cities that I talk to, this is done already. It's an assumption, okay? They were quite taken by me even asking the question. Your mayor's not involved in the agenda, okay? So it's part of the practice. I do agree with you, yes, that we need some sort of council, input into it, and maybe it doesn't have to be so much centered on the mayor itself. But here's the problem that we have, is that in my later resolutions, we talk about the agenda, okay? The agenda, and what items make up the agenda. Now, if it's clear that we have an accepted form of agenda, then it's not going to be a situation of the mayor determining, but only the mayor stewarding the implementation of what occurred in the previous meeting, okay? Because again, one of the problems that we have, and I've seen it, and I've looked at it, and we haven't corrected it, is the agenda itself. So what I'd like you to do is that I would like you to hold that until we go through the entire item, okay? And again, then come back if there's a question.
I have a comment. I imagine that we have an ordinance already or resolution that describes the duties and roles of mayor. And I'm assuming if this line about preparation of agenda is not already in there, then perhaps that's the place that it would go. So if we could get a description of the roles and responsibilities of the mayor and see what that says, and then we can revise that. And I would like to say, all of these are great suggestions. I don't believe that it belongs in one resolution because some of them are unrelated to each other in the topic. And this feels like more of your list of requests. So I'm open to discussing them and going through each one.
Yeah.
But I don't think it should just be one overall resolution numbered because
Yeah.
the topics are unrelated.
And I agree with you, and I agree with you in terms of the beachhead. Everything is progressing, and what we have to do is that we have to establish some practices here that are going to allow us to do what we're going to do. So let me go to the next one. Okay. To be further resolved that the council receive monthly and annual written reports from every department, commission, committee, and contract over 100,000. As well as simulated meetings with organized labor representatives under the existing Memorandum of Understanding, to be included in the agenda packet for the first council meeting of the month, reflecting the progress of the previous month. Now, in our code, we talk about a requirement of having an annual report, okay? And then what we do is that we have a requirement where finance offers a monthly report on expenses and revenues, okay? What I'm doing is that I'm basically requesting that the operational situation just be cut down in increments of months, because it's going to be in the annual request, and place it on a monthly situation. And let me tell you the importance of this, is that, when they talk about the need for monthly reports, okay, what it is that it helps the council, okay? It helps the council understand the operational standpoint. What we do is that we get familiar, with the jargon that is used in the operational standpoint, okay? We understand and we better understand the way that the operations work, okay? So it's not just the accountability situation. It has us speaking from the same page because we understand the inners, okay? We understand the inners. Because again, getting an annual report is not going to do anything, in terms of helping the organization achieve what it's supposed to achieve here. So legitimately, it's not a situation of imposing something just to see what you're doing. We have to understand what you're doing so then we could support you in what you're doing. Now, there was a discussion point on it. They said, well, we don't want our staff having to prepare 200-page reports. I've been in business for, a lot of years, and I haven't seen any business that I'm associated with that does reports, 200-page reports, because that is inefficient. That is ineffective. Okay, that's a cost. There are examples, and these examples come from the private sector. Can I show? Okay, can you zoom that so we can see what? Okay, it's a situation, okay, can you do it a little bit larger there? Is what they've done is that they basically quantified, every operation, quantified every operation. Business licenses and so on and so forth. And what they've done is just broken it down, okay, to what those, what those would lead to in terms of a monthly situation. So if we were to do 13, business licenses a month, all the individual would have to do is just say, I did 10, okay? And it's a variance report, okay? There's an actual, and there's a proposed, and then there's the variance. I did 10 this month because it's Christmas, okay? Simple explanation, no 200 pages or so on. Now, this is already working, okay, in a city. And again, I've talked to the city manager of this, and we're actually going in this direction, aren't we?
Mayor, as we automate and create our more virtual hall, a lot of this data will be ready in real time. We'll be posting that information in real time, including our project pipeline. So again, once we go virtual with more of our items like building permits, they'll be able to be viewed in real time.
So we're going in this direction, and again, we're not going to have that situation of having employees spending a lot of time creating narratives, okay? It's the numbers. It's the numbers that are important, okay? If we're going in this direction, the only thing that we need to do is that we had to add the monthly situation to it versus the annual. Comments, questions?
Mayor, I'd like to make comments. The resolution here has, I counted 7 items, and I think it would be a suggestion of mine that if we can break them up into 7 components and individually either make a motion to approve them as they stand, as they read, or make an amendment to the wording and approve them individually. I see some that are fantastic. That's a classic example of something fantastic where there's accountability reports. In any organization, whether it's a municipality, like you said, or a private institution, you want to see the progress from base point over a year trajectory, 2-year trajectory, so that council members like ourselves can see the progress, whether it's stagnant or improving over time. And that when we actually do get a report for some item that we have to approve, we're not surprised by the 500-page report. We've been informed over time with these monthly reports, the progress. So we're more engaged in every aspect of every department. And for example, this item here that you just covered, that is something that I would be for and want to motion to pass it on its own. So I wanted to engage the attorney and ask, what do you suggest on possibly breaking these up into individual components for efficiency and passing them individually, if that's something that would be agreeable by the council?
Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, yes, I would agree that taking them piece by piece is a much better process so that we staff can, because some of these are going to require additional steps. Some of this is already codified in the municipal code, some of it's already codified in other resolutions. And if the council's direction is going to be whatever direction is in item 1, and whatever direction is going to be on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it assists staff in trying to bring you back those types of items, item by item. So, to Councilmember Lutz, that would be very helpful if we go down that path.
Council?
Yeah, and Mayor and Councilmember Lutz brought that up, and it says this, one of the issues I have with the resolution is it has so many components for so many areas that a lot of them stand in its own, and although I have concerns with some, I think are good in the sense of this one that you just presented. When we did the economic development presentation, one of the portals that is going to be presented to the community is being able for not only us, but the community to see all the projects and daily activities going on, which I think helps within this context of reporting, right? Not only for ourselves, but others. But I think that although, as I read in the staff report and responds to the amount of time and effort involved with this, and even though we have memos and presentations and information provided to us, which is great, and we have our meetings and also presentation, I mean, I think I would agree that if, it's the will of the council. If, we want monthly memos, and that's the consensus, monthly reports, then that's what we need to get. I mean, former city manager Ron Bates when we were here, they would provide us monthly reports. As a matter of fact, I might still have copies of them. And it was very, 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 the point, similar to what you presented here. How many permits, how many were issued, how many licenses, business licenses were approved, and then also activities of the projects that are going on or progress reports. So in essence, having these reports, and I would, in light of everything going on and stretching staff, in different direction, I respect the staff's opinion on that. I would say that if the will and the consensus, and I would agree that if we have monthly reports, then we should have monthly reports. And how we do that and what format we establish, whether it's what we've been presented or our own format, then that's the format we got. But I think that's more of a policy decision as it relates to more of procedural, right? That we say this is what we need for staff to provide us on a monthly basis, which I would agree. I think the report is fine.
I just want to reiterate, my colleagues, I like this one. If we could go back to the first be it resolved and just mark that as number 1, this one would be number 2, just so that we could keep some sort of number, so we can just refer to the number as we go further. My consensus, I think it's, from what I'm hearing, the consensus of the council would be to move number 2 forward. And
If I may as well, about number 2. I think that, number 2 is good. We do need more information, but those reports may be oral reports. So, for instance, on our agenda, we are to report intergovernmental agency AB 1234 items. I didn't prepare a memo saying I attended 6 sessions in a paper format that I submitted. I can report that orally here, and I know the staff may do the same if it's something brief. So I feel like the item number 2 is a little too specific, stating if it's an item over 100,000, it must be provided in the first agenda. I think that's a little too specific in creating more rigidity on our staff, because sometimes it could be an oral report here, sometimes it could just be a short memo, and we do receive those already. So if we could revise it a little bit, make it a little more general in those areas.
And I would add, and I would ask our city attorney to correct me, but something of this nature is as simple as, even right now, giving direction to staff that you are to create a format as to a monthly report, whether it be written or verbal. It's a direction itself that we can just do right now. Was that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
And some months, there may be no update. For instance, Planning Commission didn't have a meeting, so no update. There may be nothing to report for that committee.
If I may, Mayor, just to piggyback, I think maybe inserting written or oral report to allow both. I've talked to a few staff members before. I'd love to see like a YouTube video. Make a 3-minute, 4 or 5-minute YouTube video, put a slide up there, talk over it as a director. I'd rather watch that at times than have to read 2 to 3 pages. And I would assume that it would be easier for staff to put together a small YouTube video and privately share it with the council members, rather than actually sitting down and writing a page and then checking your grammar and proofreading it, right? So just allowing a little bit more creativity, which would just allow a little bit more ease for staff to put these reports together.
How do we want to carry this forward? Because
Could I make a suggestion on at least this point to maybe establish or refer to an ad hoc so that we can define the specifics and bring it back to council?
So I would support direction to the mayor, assign it to an ad hoc, yourself, or maybe the mayor pro tem, to develop a format as to the monthly reporting to bring back to us.
Well, I'd like to object to that. And I'd like to know, Mayor, if you want this to remain a resolution, and I get the objection that there's multiple points that maybe not connect, that don't connect, I kind of think they connect because the resolution is to increase transparency, accountability, and participation of our citizens in Pico Rivera city government. Such a broad statement with several subjects that all these things could fit, right? So if you want to break it up like that and assign this one to an ad hoc, then you lose the overall resolution, okay? But if you want to prefer to keep it together, and we could assign it to an ad hoc for further discussion, but assigning it to the ad hoc doesn't break it apart from the main body of the resolution. And whatever survives, whether it's 3 out of the 7 or all 7, that's the resolution. Whether it's 3 that survive, that's the resolution. But my suggestion would not be to break it up into individual parts, because then it's, you no longer have a turkey. You have turkey stuff. You have bits of stuff. The idea of a resolution is to have a turkey, is to have something intact that you're going to vote on.
Well, I would just say that the idea is to have, I think the way we're being discussed this is, using your analogy, is we have multiple turkeys here. And some we're willing to cook further and prepare properly, and others we don't see the value of them. And I think that isn't the goal to improve and create and add servers, or is it more of a, let's put a resolution that I can check on my box?
I appreciate that. No. It's definitely not to check the box, but it's to keep it together.
I want to cook good turkeys.
I do too.
I want to be able to eat and improve cookies.
So my
Yes. Sorry to interrupt the interaction there, but bringing back to reality. There's 7 items here. I make the recommendation that we vote on each one individually, because we're not talking about turkeys. We're talking about efficiency of the city government, transparency, which we already do. We just want to level it up. And you do it in increments. And what these 7 items mean, they're increments of leveling up, polishing our methods of execution, and providing transparency to our local citizens. So the suggestion would be breaking it up into little individual items and voting on each one individually. Now, we can allow for the mayor to complete reading through all of them today, and then have him offer a suggestion on what he'd like to do so that we can move forward, because there is good substance in this. And I believe that all of us would want some of these items here to move forward, so we all, as a city, have a clear understanding of what our expectations of elected officials are and expectations of our individual departments are, and they're quantified and tallied on a monthly basis. So there's no question of what the progress is or has been made over a year's time. It protects everybody at the end of the day. That's my comment, Mayor.
If I may, I think that this is a large task, could be a committee, even as a whole, this whole thing, because several of these items, for instance, number 5, even possibly number 1, number 6 relates to an existing section of our municipal code. So what I would think we need to do is pull the current municipal code or resolution that each item is affiliated with and see how we need to revise it and edit it, because it already exists in some places, especially for some of them that are specific. And you have labeled even the section number in some of them. So I think if we could pair the actual existing code with what's here, and this could be part of a committee, or if you want to bring it back to us.
Well, let me,
all do it
let me
together?
continue reading this, and then from there, we determine how we're going to deal with this, okay? To be further resolved that the council shall establish sufficient number of committees to enable to carry out its policy-making duties, and the duty of the council and its committees is to become fully informed of the business of the city, and the duty of the committees to report to the council any information or recommendations necessary to enable the council to properly legislate. We talk about community engagement. We're talking about community engagement often, okay? Not only in our strategic plan, but in our state of the city, everything that we're talking about, we require that. And that's what I'm looking for in terms of this, this resolution here. The next resolution, to be further resolved that the city council meeting agenda format be modified to comply with Robert's Rules of Order, Standard Order of Business. Now, here's what my concern is right here, is when we're talking about unfinished business and new business, okay? We have the right as council people to bring up new business, okay? If that new business is brought up, then the following meeting, it should go into unfinished business, okay? So there's a tracking situation of what the activities are. Now, with that tracking system of unfinished business and new business, there really isn't going to be, that prerogative of the mayor to be able to change anything. All he's going to be, or her is going to do is ensure that those unfinished business and new businesses are followed up on it. Okay, because again, what we're doing right now is that we see unfinished business and new business blank. Okay? So there's no way that we could track what we've been talking about and what we've been, trying to agendize. Okay, next item. To be resolved that the resolution dated 5/26/20 shall be suspended indefinitely to allow for greater citizen participation in the creation and execution of public policies by creation and maintenance of a standing citizens committee. We have to have every tool possibly available to us. We can't be prohibiting tools from us. When this action was taken, we were actually eliminating a tool that we have available to us in terms of citizen participation. Be it finally resolved that the section 104.050, writing and language of the City of Pico Rivera Municipal Code be amended to include English and Spanish language, including translation services for all city council meetings. It's critical, it's crucial. 92% of our population is Latino, okay? In school, every day, I see the numbers that we have of Spanish-speaking parents and students. This is a very large community here, and it's a news desert. It's a news desert. Some of the information that you provide in the profile is vital. Is vital. It was information on COVID, testing and so on, and when to pick up trash and so. And, we talked about the expense. Well, what about the expense? Well, it's an expense when 60% of your population, okay, throws a profile in the trash can because they can't read it. All right? So I think, again, that it's critical just from the very nature of the city that we are, that we do things in Spanish. Now, in the survey, it talked about the fact that the Spanish-speaking, okay, what was the term, pleased?
Yeah, satisfied.
Okay, satisfied with the information that was coming out of the city. But we haven't come out with anything in Spanish. What is coming out is the district information, okay? The district information, everything comes out in Spanish. All their broadcasts are done in Spanish, in English, and so on. So what they were satisfied on was the district's communications, not the city, because we haven't done anything in Spanish, okay? And then the question came up of, when you ask the question, what do you prefer to speak, English or Spanish? My grandmother, who spoke Spanish, preferred she spoke English, okay? Preferred she spoke English. And if you ask most people, they would prefer speaking in English, but they don't have the opportunity and they don't have the training to do it, okay? So this is, this is my concern about this particular situation here. Okay, and the last one is, be it fully resolved that all resolutions presented in this paper be effective immediately with a simple majority vote of the city council. I like that one. Okay, so how do we want to handle it?
Do we go through, you went through them, you want to go through each one of them individually, or?
Well, we need to get a consensus on this because again, okay.
Well, I would say that I would concur with Councilmember Lutz that each individual one merits a conversation and direction as to what, how to better deal with that item itself. So I would prefer that and give direction individually. As it stands alone, it doesn't, I think there's room for improvement here.
Councilman?
Mayor, would you be agreeable, just as you fleshed out each item with commentary, each item, would you be agreeable to flesh it out, to give details, specifications? Because this is a broad headline in my eyes, and I'm seeking detailed information. I'm a detailed person. If I can see these detailed information, there will be no confusion on what each one, if they were resolutions on their own, what they refer to, what they specify to, and what they exclude. And so you look at all 7 of them, would you be agreeable to broadening the detailed description of each and bringing it back?
What I'm agreeable to right now is what I'm observing right here, is that you're concerned about the accountability and the spirit of the resolutions. You're concerned about the details and the specifications on it. Your 2 concerns have made me decide that Councilman Laura and Councilman Lutz provide us an ad hoc on the review of these.
Very good, we'll take on
Do you
that.
accept?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Can I suggest staff as well to pull the ordinances that are already exist in our ordinance that relate to each of the items, to provide to that ad hoc, because it might be a matter of just bringing the item and amending what exists already.
And I would add that as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, I think it's important that if we, I mean, just by looking at the staff report from the last meeting that was agendized and the responses from each one of these items that include the code should be reviewed and determined to what direction. Because I believe that some of these items are redundant. We already have. Robert's Rules of Order is an example. It's already an adopted ordinance, but
Which one?
the Robert's Rules of Order, the format using the Robert's Rules of Order,
But it was modified. It was modified.
The
It was
Robert's Rules of
modified
Order?
by Senator Archuleta when he was here. They modified the agenda.
we modified it. The only thing we did to the agenda when Senator Archuleta was here was that instead of, we combined old business, new business, and reports into what he called the good of the order.
Okay.
It was consensus, we all agreed upon. It was a format change. It didn't violate the Robert's Rules of Order because we still,
It did violate the rule. If you follow the order of business order, it did violate the rule. It didn't meet the standard of Robert's Rules of Order.
well, based on what the city attorney responded, that's not, I disagree, and I agree with the city attorneys.
I haven't heard the city attorney agree or
It's
disagree
in the
right now.
report, right here, on the report that was provided to us on the last agenda item that provided context to your items. It had that information. So all I'm saying is that
Well,
we look at that, but also.
I hope ad hoc that you, take all of those things in advice when you do make
That's
the
why
decisions on here.
That's why I'm
Okay?
suggesting.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think, but we also have to be consistent with, in general, with Robert's Rules of Order. I think we need to, we adopted not only from the agenda format, but just how do we run the meeting and govern the meetings. And I think we need to follow 100% Robert's Rules of Order consistently and not, circumvent it when, convenient. So I think I just want to offer that. In addition, again, let's look at it, let's do it right. Let's create something that's going to work and be improved and not a general-based resolution that,
I have no doubt that the councilmen are going to not do
Neither
the kind
do-
of professional job,
neither do I.
all right? Okay. Okay, so our study session is adjourned, and we begin at 6?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lutz performing the invocation for us?
Absolutely, Mayor.
Hello.
We gather today with the intent in doing good work for our community. We seek to represent fairly our constituents. May our efforts be blessed with insight, guided with understanding and wisdom. We seek to serve with respect for all constituents. May our personal faiths give us strength to act honestly and well in all matters before us presented in the City Council. Thank you.
Councilman Camacho, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. City Manager, we have a presentation by our assembly. Can you please introduce?
Yes, Mayor, City Council, tonight we have a presentation by our Alley County Assessor, Mr. Jeff Prang. Mr. Jeff Prang, if you'd like to come up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Council members, it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. Thank you for carving out a couple of moments of your time to allow me to come and provide a report from the assessor's office. Can I take this off? Is that appropriate? Might be a little, muffle the microphone quite as much. It's great, really nice to be back here in the city of Pico Rivera. I had spent 3.5 years here as the assistant city manager. It was one of the highlights of my professional career. It's nice to be back with all of you and to see some friends and some new faces here in the city. And I want to particularly thank Councilmember Lutz for reaching out to me to ask me to come and present this evening. I do understand how important all of your jobs are. As you know, I spent 18 years as a city council member and mayor in the city of West Hollywood before I was elected assessor in 2014. And so I've been looking forward to joining you this evening, and I hope that the information I'm going to share will be useful to you as well as to the residents of the city. I always begin my speeches, and forgive me if some of you have heard this before, but I always like to talk a little bit about not only what the assessor does, but what the assessor does not do. The one thing everybody thinks I do that I don't do is collect taxes. I don't collect taxes. I am not the tax assessor. There's actually another guy who does that, who's got a very intuitive title. He's called the tax collector. Those are two separate offices, and the title of tax assessor is actually a conflation of two separate functions of government. For those who are unfamiliar with the assessor, I'm one of 3 countywide elected officials. The other 2 are, I think everybody knows them. I'm the forgotten third one. The other 2 are the sheriff and the district attorney. I manage a department of about 1,300 employees located in 6 different offices throughout the county. We're the largest local property assessment agency in the United States. As your assessor, I'm responsible for assessing the value of all taxable property in the county, which includes land and buildings, but it also includes what's called business personal property, which includes furniture, equipment, and machinery. Think of restaurant equipment or a gym. But it also includes aircraft, both general aviation aircraft as well as commercial aircraft, mobile homes, boats, and believe it or not, even racehorses. As I stated, we're the largest agency of our type in the country. We're responsible for assessing the value for over 2.5 million real property parcels and business assessments annually, and last year that was all valued at about $1.7 trillion. The primary job of the assessor, however, is the production of what we call the annual assessment roll, which is essentially the inventory of all property values in the county. And the assessment roll serves a number of key functions.
The first one, obviously, is the foundation for the property tax system. But secondly, it also serves as an important planning document for a lot of local governments, for schools and cities, as they prepare their budgets in anticipation of property tax revenues. And then thirdly, it also serves as an important economic indicator, giving some idea of the health of the local real estate market. I can report that the 2021 assessment roll grew by about $63 billion. That's a 3.7% increase for the county over the previous year, which was just over 6%. The total assessed value of all taxable property in the county, as I stated, is more than $1.7 trillion, and it will generate over $17 billion in property tax revenue, which is allocated to local governments such as the city of Pico Rivera, to school districts, special districts, and pays for those services that we all, basic services that we all rely on. This year's assessment roll represents the 11th consecutive year of property value growth in the county since the recession of 2008. And it actually suggests that the real estate market, despite the impacts from COVID, was relatively healthy. To give you an idea of what's going on in the local market, I've included a table in the information I gave you hard copies, and some of it is on the screen, that tells you what the property growth percentage is and parcel counts are in the city of Pico Rivera and some of the neighboring communities. Pico Rivera actually grew at quite a strong rate last year at 6.1%. That's well ahead of the county average of 3.7%. If people want to know what Pico Rivera is worth, the assessed value of Pico Rivera is $6 billion. But that's just the assessed value. That means the market value is probably several times higher than that. As I stated, that the residential real estate market countywide actually did really well, even though there was a recession that impacted some parts of the county. Home prices went up rather dramatically throughout the course of the COVID pandemic. They increased dramatically countywide, primarily for two reasons. One, there was very low inventory; people weren't selling, but that combined, so there wasn't a lot of property available, and there was a lot of competition for the homes that were available. Combined with historically low mortgage rates, created a very competitive market for buyers. The pandemic pushed the county's already very competitive housing market into such overdrive that the number of homes that sell for over $1 million is now becoming more the norm in the county. In fact, we estimate that there's over 50 communities in LA County where the average home price is over $1 million. Pico Rivera also experienced the impact of the tight housing market. The price of a single-family home rose approximately 16% year over year. The new median sales price in the city is about $615,000 for a single-family home, not including condominiums. We expect this trend to continue as more buyers continue to enter the market and as inventory continues to be somewhat strained. And this is another chart giving you a comparison of median sales price with some of the homes in your area. The pandemic also had an adverse impact on business operations. However, causing taxable business property, again, such as machinery, furniture, and equipment, to go unused. As a result, a lot of that property may have resulted in a decline in value. As a response, my office has proactively provided property tax relief to over 47,000 small businesses in the county to reflect the impacts of COVID, with about $210 million in reduction in assessed value. In the city of Pico Rivera, we proactively reduced the assessments for over 265 businesses out of a total of 943 that pay business personal property tax. That's about 28% of all small businesses in the county got a reduction in their tax rate. Changing topics for a second, I wanted to bring up the issue that a measure that was on the ballot last November, about a year ago, Proposition 19. This was a modification to Prop 13 that provided some additional benefits for senior citizens and the disabled. Essentially what Prop 19 does, it does two major things. It allows a homeowner who is over 55 years of age or severely disabled or the victim of a natural disaster to transfer their property tax base with them when they move to a new home. It allows you to transfer that tax base up to 3 times, so it essentially makes your property taxes portable. It allows you to move anywhere in the state, and it allows you to buy a home of any value. These are great expansions of the previous law, which was much more limited. On the downside, though, there's a second component of Prop 19 that's a little bit more controversial, and this was not very well known during the campaign last year, but the second component of Prop 19 greatly restricts inheritance benefits for children and grandchildren of property owners. Now, the only property that your children can inherit along with a low tax base is your primary residence. No other property now qualifies. In order for your children to inherit that property and the tax base, they must make that home their primary residence. And it also puts a cap on how much value of that home can be transferred before the property is reassessed. And if you want more information about Prop 19, we put a special page on our website to help folks understand how it works, when they will receive benefits, and when there might, few cases, when there might be tax increases. Last thing I want to mention deals with property tax savings, which I think is really important to people everywhere. Even though I'm not a revenue department, I don't collect taxes, I am responsible for providing, managing programs to help folks save money on their property taxes. We manage an array of programs for seniors, for veterans, for victims of natural disasters, for nonprofit organizations. And last year, we helped taxpayers save about $650 million in savings through their various exemptions and exclusions. But the one I wanted to emphasize tonight is one we call the homeowner's exemption. It's our most accessible program, and it's available to anyone who owns their home and lives in that home as of January 1st. It allows me to reduce your assessed value by $7,000 for tax purposes. It's not a huge savings. It's about $70 a year. The legislature should raise that. They haven't raised it for about 50 years. But we estimate that about 1/3 of all qualifying property owners in LA County don't apply for the homeowner's exemption, primarily because they simply don't know about it. In Pico Rivera, about 38% of all homeowners who qualify for the homeowner's exemption do not apply for it. It's unfortunately, it's a simple application. You only need to fill that out once. The form is available on our website, and you will save money every year, so as long as you own that home. And I did want to suggest, in closing, that this is actually one of those things that we could actually work closely with the city to help provide public information to those residents in the city. I think we've got about over several thousand residents who qualify. We could even provide you with those addresses. And I know that the city has a number of good vehicles for providing good information to the residents through your television program, your newsletter, through social media. We'd love to see those additional residents take advantage of that property tax savings program. But that pretty much wraps up my update in the introduction of my office for this evening. I wanted to encourage you to check out our website, and if you're interested in tips for property owners, sign up for our monthly newsletter. And I once again want to thank you for listening and welcoming me back to the city. I'm happy to answer questions if that's appropriate. Otherwise, I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening.
I have like 20 questions, Mr. Prang. No, thank you for being here, Mr. Prang. I do remember when you were sitting where Angelica's sitting now, and I do believe that you added a lot of value to our city, as you're doing to the county of Los
I
Angeles.
didn't break that chair.
Oh, wow. Well, that's a new chair, by the way, since you asked. But nevertheless, thank you for being here presenting, and I appreciate the specifics to Pico Rivera, especially on the increase in value, and particularly this homeowner's exception. I do believe 38% of our residents can qualify and benefit, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree that we need to promote that program much more with you as a partner. So thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Prang, anytime an elected official comes to our community and talks to us about tax savings and money that they'll save on an annual basis, I'm sure the constituents are going to listen intently, and I appreciate that. You covered a lot of topics here that, even I'm in real estate, and those fine details you covered there, you ironed it out for me. And it makes me a lot sharper as an individual. And it's important that our constituents, whether they're seniors or that are homeowners or just homeowners that are not seniors, they have this opportunity to do this tax saving by simply going on the website, filling out the form, and from that very website, they can upload and send by email. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you. The assessor is a very obscure office. People don't really know what we do, and the opportunity to come here and share this information with you, I'm hoping that I can rely on all of you to help me convey this information to our mutual constituents and help untangle what is a very complex system when it comes to property tax administration.
Thanks again.
Mayor, council members? I'm sorry.
Once again, thank you for coming. Thank you for the detail. It's interesting to see the year-over-year increase in the city of Pico Rivera outpace some of the surrounding communities at 16% for the median sales price. It's, I guess, encouraging if you're a property owner to see more value added to your property, but then it's discouraging if you're trying to pursue affordable housing. So it's a double-edged sword. It depends what side of the fence you're on. I want to thank you for pointing out some of these statistics to us, because I think that these are things helpful for our community. And I just want to echo the other council members on some way in which we can have our social media team interact with your office so that we get this word out that at least 30% of our residents, property owners, could save a significant amount of property taxes. And it's important to put that in Spanish. Put that information in Spanish, please. Thank you.
If you're on a fixed income or if you've been unemployed due to COVID, at this point, any type of savings help, and we're happy to work with your public information office to get that information on a number of different platforms.
I know you, sir. And I've been, I'm very thankful for the help that you gave me with the previous challenge that we had with some of the bond issues. So I appreciate your help, and I appreciate the fact that you still remember that you're from Pico Rivera.
I will never forget that. I enjoyed my time here. Glad to be back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes in our agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 15, we're going to move to regular agenda.
Repeat that again?
Item number 15, we're going to move to regular agenda. It's on consent.
Now, this is very important, so you're going to have it,
On the regular agenda.
okay?
Yeah. We'll have a
Okay, on the regular.
presentation.
Council, we have a public hearing.
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1 is a public hearing. Consideration of a substantial amendment number 4 to the Community Development Block Grant Fiscal Year 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan for the Ultimate COVID-19 Community Vaccine Pop-Up Event Series. So appropriate to open the public hearing, determine if there's been any public comment on this item. City Clerk has indicated there is no public comment, either in written form. And I'll inquire from our audio tech, is there any public comment on this item? There is none, Mr. Mayor, so it's appropriate to bring it to the council level for consideration of approval. Public hearing is closed, up to the council level for a motion.
So moved, as recommended.
We have a second. Is there questions? If not, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Now we go into public comments.
These are public comments, Mr. Mayor, for items on both on the agenda and non-agenda items. We do have a number of public comment cards in written form that have been submitted to the city council, and they're part of the record. We also, as I understand, have a number of call-in speakers that, and I don't know if they've also submitted written comments, so we'll go down the list of the public comments.
Yes, I am.
And you'll need to state your name for the
Okay,
record, please.
thank you. Thank you. My name is Ruth Briggs, and first I'd like to thank the City Council for taking the time to address our concerns on rent control and for adding us to the agenda today, item number 23, for today's meeting. I live in Villanova Mobile Home Park. It's located on Beverly Boulevard in Pico Rivera. I've been living here for 5 years and I feel very comfortable in my home. I'm retired after 35 years in the medical field, and I take care of my 94-year-old father full time. He also loves it here, and we have some wonderful neighbors. I would like to spend my golden years here. As most people who live here, I am on Social Security and have limited funds. It is difficult to pay all the bills like electricity, water, medical expenses, taxes, food, car repairs, car registration, car insurance, homeowners insurance, etc. The first and second years that I lived here at Villanova, my rent was increased mere $10. The third year went up $30, and the fourth year went up $45. At this rate, it's become difficult to keep up with the expenses, and I can no longer afford to stay in my home if the rent keeps going higher. Also, our Social Security increase is not keeping up with inflation at all. I respectfully hope that you will hear our plea and vote in our favor for rent control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ruth. Doug Johnson, are you on the line? Doug? Speaker Doug?
Hi, this is Doug Johnson. I just wanted to let the council know that in the staff report, it was mentioned that over 100 cities and counties in California have mobile home park rent control. I think it's important for the council to know if that's true, then 439 cities and counties do not have mobile home park rent control. I would urge the council to seriously reconsider this mobile home park effort of rent control and deny it tonight. I would set up a stakeholder meeting, bring all the park owners together, and come to a solution that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Alfredo Rosa? Alfredo Rosa, Speaker Alfredo?
Yes.
Hey, you're up.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for taking these calls, and we really appreciate the concern that everyone is putting into this subject. I just wanted to say, in 3 minutes, I will tell you that I've been advocating for different issues throughout my whole life, starting off with gang membership, homelessness, and now that I reach at this certain age, dealing with rent control is a different kind of advocate. The problem with that is that the concerns in the pit of my stomach that we feel for each and every citizen that's in here right now, I could see it in their faces. We all have like 2 or 3 emergencies left in us. Emergencies that are going to take our funds that we cannot no longer pay our rent. When you raised our increase, $40, it might sound like $40 a month to a lot of people, but when you really multiply that every year, that's $480 a year. That's an emergency. And I feel like we're running out of emergencies. We cannot keep up with it. We need the help from the City Council. We're looking forward for the compassion of the 5 members that are sitting there right now. We all get to this point sooner or later in our lives. And if we don't get the help now, I don't know when we're going to get it. Pico Rivera has always been the city that's always looked out for not only the seniors, but for the young people in their community. I hope that this council can see fit to pass an ordinance that's going to help us and move us forward. In the spirit of what's going on in this country right now, bipartisan and build better and infrastructure, I feel that maybe we could just continue to do that and move us forward. We cannot go backwards. Every time we get an increase, it's taken every which way but loose. I cannot figure out if we get a 2-point increase and we're spending 4 points, we're just going backwards with our pay. We cannot keep up with it, but we hope that the city council sees fit to take care of us and move us forward so that we could continue to live a better life in this community. I'm not the only one, but we represent many others that don't have the time or the ability to speak right now. But I hope that they are listening, and I hope that they know we're standing by them. Thank you.
Maria to take her pills.
Yeah, I am. This was, there's somebody with a phone open or something. Yeah, Mayor, council members, this was Ed Sanchez, Rosemary Boulevard. After 14 years of enduring the thumping, shocking vibration and loud road noise from the botched trench repair on June 9, 2021, CIP 50041, the Rosemary Boulevard pavement rehabilitation and trench repair, was submitted as item 7 on the city council agenda. The planning CIP 50041 back in June had been diligently worked, backed by data from core sampling and geotechnical assessments made on the Rosemary Boulevard pavement. This data to find the trench repair and follow processes established by the Federal Highway Administration, Caltrans, and are utilized by many other agencies for repair of roads with bridge jointed concrete slabs, as is the case on the Rosemary Boulevard trench. But CIP 5041 was pulled by Councilman Lara to request consideration of using recycled water for medium irrigation, a worthwhile event, I should be sure. Now, CIP 5041 was resubmitted as item 10 on the October 9, 2021 City Council agenda a whole month ago and approved to proceed. I submitted a PRA request asking for a copy of the most current planning in the execution schedule. But my request was tagged as complete and closed, saying only that the execution schedule was not defined yet, and a copy of the planning request had no response at all. I resubmitted the PRA, focused only the planning, and still nothing yet. The reason why I'm asking for the planning is that back in September, the trench repair was submitted as part of CIP 50038, but the planning showed that the trench repair process had changed to a backfill with slurry sack, a process that was deemed ineffective, inadequate, and rejected back in 2019. So I'm kind of concerned, what is the planning now that is submitted as part of CIP 50041? So my question to the now Public Works Director and the City Manager are you intentionally hiding the planning? What is this going to be another botched repair? And when will the repair be done and completed? Thank you.
Yes, I'm here. My name is Grace Moreno Mendivil. Well, my name is Grace, and I'm a resident from Rio Vista Mobile Home Parks, and today I'm speaking for rent control. First off, I would like to thank the City Council for listening to the community and taking this matter of rent control very seriously. I would also like to let the City Council know today that the people attending today to speak for rent control is too few, it's too little. I've been speaking with members of my community, and I know that there's a great majority out there that aren't speaking today, and mainly because of work, because they have to take care of their children, and even because of fear of retaliation. So I really pray that this matter is taken care of, that the City Council will listen to us today again and vote for rent control. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes, I am. I'm Hope. Hope Garcia Cruz. Yes, sir. I live in Rio Vista Mobile Home Park. I've been here 3 years, 3.5. I do want to thank you first for having this time to give to us, for listening to us. While I've been here, the 3 years, my rent has gone up each time, more than 5%. And I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared. I also see much worry in the faces of my neighbors. Their rents have gone up as well. And they're all on, most 99% of them are on retirement, Social Security. And so their Social Security is probably $1,200 or less. And I can see the rents going up over $1,000 for them. It's very scary, sir. And I would really appreciate and pray to God that you will see this serious matter and vote for rent control, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I am, yes. Thanks, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Jared Gonzalez. I represent Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, WMA. WMA is a statewide nonprofit trade association that they represent mobile home park owners and operators throughout California. The proposed urgency ordinance and the notion of mobile home rent control ordinance in Pico Rivera is not warranted. And although well-intentioned, rent control would create unintended negative consequences for residents, park owners in the city. The facts are clear. There is no evidence of widespread mobile home park rent increase issues in Pico Rivera. There is, however, evidence that shows there have been no rent increases in the past 2 years in more than 70% of all mobile home spaces in the state. In years before that, rent increases have been reasonable. And for those who fall on hard times and have trouble paying rent, these park owners work with them in a collaborative and compassionate manner until they get back on their feet. What is on the agenda tonight appears to be a fast-moving blanket solution to a single park situation. There are 6 mobile home parks in Pico Rivera, nearly all of whom are mom and pop owners, enacting an urgency ordinance and rent control would punish those who represent a large majority of mobile home spaces for doing the right thing and being good owners. Rent control is costly, over $400,000 in year one, according to the staff report, versus the minimal cost to bring together park owners, residents, and city officials for a commission or a task force to solve any issues that arise. Rent control divides communities and creates unnecessary resident versus park owner tension. Rent control would also all but guarantee park owners increase rent every single year to the maximum allowable rent because of the lack of flexibility. Right now, parks don't do that. WMA and its members asked the council to pause the urgency ordinance and the path toward rent control, and instead explore more collaborative approaches such as a citywide mobile home commission that reviews issues and helps to identify solutions. The city of San Diego has a dispute resolution model. It was successful and it was done without rent control ordinance. In any case, there ought to be candid stakeholder conversations first versus a rush to an expensive one-size-fits-all ordinance that would not solve any current issues and punish good park owners who represent a large majority of mobile home spaces. And on behalf of the industry and park owners, I am more than happy to coordinate mobile home park owners and operators as soon as possible to have these meaningful discussions. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, I'm on the line. Okay. Hello, my name is Shailene. I am 14 years old. I live in the Westland Mobile Home Park, and I've been living there for the past 7 years, and I really enjoy going to school in my city, and I really don't want to move from my city because of the cost of rent going up. Please consider rent control so that families don't have to lose their homes. I also don't want to move because I don't want to move from family members close by, and I don't want to move schools and start over in my learning curriculum. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Marlo Moreno Mendeville. I'm a current college student living at the Rio Vista Mobile Home Park. And I am here to plead for rent control. I truly have spoken to various residents from the city that live in 3 different parks who are all for rent control. And I believe rent control will give them the power to predict and foreshadow their leases. Recently with, this unpredictable pandemic, I believe, relying on evidence or stats is just not an accurate representation. Again, we've gone through something so unpredictable that no one saw coming. So therefore, I believe rent control is a strong measure to be looked at, and I plead to it be in favor of it. Thank you guys so much for your time once again.
Yes, I am on the line. Mi nombre es Reina Mendívil. Vivo en Pico Rivera Mobile Home Park. Apoyamos el control de renta porque es urgente. Tenemos una vida estresante porque sube la renta, la gasolina y sube todo, pero los salarios no aumentan como para poder solventar estas necesidades. Además, pagamos taxes por cada dólar que gastamos. Los autos y las aseguranzas que son tan necesarios, tenemos que escoger entre comprar comida o pagar la renta, y aunque el refrigerador se quede vacío, la renta se paga primero. Aunque compramos un mobile home y solamente pagamos por la renta del espacio, todavía es muy cara la renta del espacio, como si también estuviéramos pagando casa. Necesitamos el control de renta porque esto significa tener un lugar seguro para proveer paz y tranquilidad, un medio ambiente seguro donde crezcan y estudien nuestros hijos para que sean buenos ciudadanos y contribuir a nuestra comunidad. Por sus votos que nos van a dar hoy, gracias, y estamos listos para las próximas elecciones. Thank you.
Next speaker, Maria Aguilar. Are you still on the line? Speaker Maria Aguilar. Back to you. Ryan Kennedy. Speaker Ryan Kennedy. A point of order. I have a question for legal counsel, point of order. It's my understanding that in the past with public comment, people would have to state their name and their address of residence.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, there's no requirement that they state their address.
Got it.
Certainly their name, we do that for ease of the city clerk keeping minutes. So I believe we have their names. So we do have their names.
I'd like to distinguish those that live within the city and those that don't. Thank you.
Yeah, we keep, by law, we can't ask address or, actually, quite frankly, we can't even ask their name.
Hello, this is Guillermina Alvarez. Okay, I was sent aware that I had asked to speak, but I am here in support of the mobile home renters mobile home residents. I just cannot imagine how hard it is for people to make rent plus a payment on their mobile home, because some people are still paying for that mobile home. And, you know, a lot of people are retired, a lot of people that live in those mobile homes, senior citizens who thought that they would have some kind of security by buying a mobile home, by investing in that. And so they're on a fixed income and they're having to come up with the rent, which a lot of people do. I understand that. But some of those rent increases have been so unfair because they've just been going up every year. And, you know, that's what I understand from people talking to some other residents. I myself, you know, I'm paying part of the mortgage, but it's about $800. And that's it. I don't have to pay anything on top of that. And so I believe it's just totally unfair. And I hope that the city council will do the right thing, because just having legal advice, like some people have suggested that these folks that live in these mobile homes don't know what they're talking about and that they should just talk to a lawyer. A lawyer cannot do anything if the law does not cover them, if the law does not provide for rent control. You know, it's like if we had asked farm workers in the 60s, you know, or just get in touch with a lawyer and maybe you'll get your breaks and, you know, you'll get minimum wage, all of that, you know, water to drink when they were like dehydrating in the fields. Just talk to a lawyer. What could a lawyer do if the laws were not protecting them? So that's why people are pushing, because they need a change in the law. They need rent control. So I hope the city council does the right thing. Thank you.
Caller with phone number, last four numbers 4397. Are you on the line? Phone caller with last four numbers of 4397. Are you on the line? Phone caller with last phone number 3484. Are you on the line? Caller again with phone number. Last four numbers. 3484.
No comment, just listening.
Which one are you? 3484?
Yes.
Thank you. Going back to Amalia Rojo, are you still on the line? Amalia Rojo. Adia Aguilar, are you on the line still? Adia Aguilar?
With no response, Mr. Mayor, is that the last caller?
There's one more.
One more.
To go through. Ryan Kennedy, are you still on the line? Ryan Kennedy?
I'm here.
Ryan Kennedy, you got,
I'm here. Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Hi. My name is Ryan Kennedy. I represent two parks here, Pico Rivera, for a long time owner since the 1960s. For the past 2 years, there has been no rent increases due to the pandemic. Even prior to that, has been very reasonable rent increases. If rent control were to pass in the city, it would make it very hard for owners to give back to the communities due to wages going up, and also for anything that were to go into improve the parks and the cost of everything going up. I am actually for or against rent control. I know that ownership stands behind that, as well as we've also been helping out residents who are in difficulty with their finances by offering help with rental assistance. I know right now with COVID going on, there's still the rent relief that everybody could still apply for, and other many more programs that can actually help out residents with financial difficulties at this time. And even beyond the pandemic, we are willing to work with every resident we can to make it financially feasible. I would really hope that the city council here would actually work with homeowners and residents and take a look further into what goes into mobile home parks and how we can work together without having a rent control ordinance put in place. And I just want to say thank you for your time, and I hope that we can work together to get through this.
Once again, caller 4397, are you still on the line? Mayor, that concludes public comment. No, one more? Nope. That concludes public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we've reached our consent calendar items. I'm going to go around the dais, and we have consent items 2 through 18. Is there anything that you would like?
With the exception of item number, I'm sorry, exception of item number 15, which is going to be heard on a
Yes.
regular agenda.
Would you like to pull any for the discussion? Councilman? Councilman?
No.
No, okay. So let's vote. Let's see, can I have a motion to pass?
I want a motion to approve consent calendar items and just a comment on item number 9, thanking the city council and staff from the city of Montebello for helping expedite this Route 60 to bring it back online. With that, I motion to approve
I'll second.
consent calendar.
Second? Any questions? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And that takes us back to item number 15, which was pulled from the agenda to be heard on a regular agenda.
Okay, let's go to the regular agenda.
Item 15 is to consider approving a resolution to authorize the sale of tax allocation refunding bonds by private placement, authorize the execution delivery of a term sheet, and authorize certain other actions in connection therewith.
Mayor, Council, at this time, I'll turn it over to Angelina Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The item you have before you, just as the City Attorney said, seeks approval for the sale of the tax allocation bonds by private placement, authorizing the execution and delivery of a term sheet and other actions connected to the sale. Tonight, we have put together a few slides that summarize the key points, but in short, this private placement would reduce the overall rate from over 7% to 1.5%, allows for the city to call the debt at any given time, and provides for an almost $11 million in net present value savings to the city's general fund over the next 6 years. Authorizing this would facilitate a December closing date and accelerate the schedule for the unwinding of the successor agency and a reallocation of property tax from the county to the city. So we have representatives from Urban Futures. We have Michael Bush here. We have representative from, we have Brian Forbath, yes, from our bond council to answer any questions you might have. Would the city council like a presentation, or would you just like to ask questions by the representatives? Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me?
I have a question. Are these the same consulting firms that we had questions and doubts about last time around?
So this is actually the municipal financial advisors. I think last time we met in July, there were questions of the underwriters.
Did she answer the question?
Yes. I got my question answered, but I do have comment after everyone else.
Mayor Pro Tem? No? Comments?
Are we going to have a presentation, Director Garcia?
If you'd like one, we have a few slides that go over the, what is articulated in the staff report, yes.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. It'd be my pleasure to take you through the slides today. As Angelina pointed out in the opening comments and as articulated in your staff report, in early October, we were asked by staff to reevaluate the interest rate environment for the refinancing of the 2001 tax allocation bonds. This was after continual feedback with staff from myself to Angelina regarding interest rate volatility in the market. And as you can see on this slide, the treasury rates are really the basis for determining taxable interest rates for tax allocation bonds and for this refinance specifically. As pointed out in this chart and in your staff report, we saw increases in both rates, thus increasing the cost of refinancing your bonds since the July meeting. The difference between these would create about $180,000 roughly of additional expense beyond what you were seeing in July. And so we started looking at other proposals and other options. Very commonly, municipal agencies refinance debt using private placements, a bank like a commercial loan. There's a sweet spot for those types of opportunities, typically less than 10 years, pretty solid credits, like you have with your tax allocation bonds. But there's also some benefits that we pointed out here. We wanted to show the agency board the difference between the two structures, one being a public offering and the private placement. Specifically, private placements are sold directly to one bank, not a series of investors. They are sold with one rate, so it is a fixed rate, not a blended rate based on what investors are willing to pay. There is no underwriter required, so there's no underwriter included in the proposal before you tonight. There is no official statement, although you did approve one at the last meeting, but there's not a prospectus that goes out. The bank simply looks at the agency's credit, similar to your FICO score when you buy a home. There's no bond rating required. Again, they evaluate the agency's credit through that process. By not having a bond rating, it does save off some time from the process. It also saves expense. A bond rating would have cost the agency roughly $25,000 to $35,000. There's also no debt service reserve fund. Your prior transaction as presented to you in July would have required roughly $180,000 surety bond or 1 year's equal of debt service if we couldn't get a surety bond. There was no assurance when we presented that item to you in July that we would achieve that, although we felt confident that it was feasible. Without a surety bond, we would have had to set aside about $4 million, which was equal to about 1 year's debt service payment as collateral to the financing. The private placement proposal you have before you tonight from Truist Bank does not require a reserve fund. As Angelina pointed out, the closing is a faster process, meaning there's not investors, trustees, or others to work through. It is directly a relationship with the bank based on the term sheet that's included as part of your package tonight. We did solicit proposals from 18 banks, including your local bank. We received proposals from 6 of those. Pretty common that we send out lots of proposals and get back roughly about a handful of responses. They were very competitive interest rates. In fact, they were even below the indicative rate that we were assuming would come to fruition. So by competing, having banks compete, I think the agency has an opportunity to lock in an extremely low rate of about 1.51%. What's probably the greatest benefit beyond the no reserve requirement is the fact that your interest rates are now locked. So whatever happens in the market from when the bank turned in their offer to you, the market goes up or down. Most likely, we've seen a lot of volatility, things going up with inflation. You've heard a little bit about that tonight. That rate sits in place till I think about the middle of December. So we have until that time, if the agency board approves it, to close the transaction. We did, with the assistance of your staff, we did use the city's template for an RFP. We basically just modified the specifics of the transaction in your template, sent that out to the banks. It was reviewed by myself, Brandon Kafori of my staff, and I believe also agency staff. We did include Mr. Forbath and his assistant, Vanessa Legbrandt, you, I think, heard from the last time we were here. And we evaluated the proposals. I think in your staff report, there was one proposal from JP Morgan, slightly better in rate, but not better in terms. They wanted to require a breakage fee, which legally the agency does not have the authority to enter into without oversight board approval and Department of Finance approval, which we have not received. Therefore, we went to the next best offer, which was slightly different, which was Truist Bank, and offered the best terms as well as the best rate. I believe that is your staff recommendation. The refunding is summarized here on this chart. At the request of your staff, they thought the board would want to see a comparison of where we were before versus this rate. As you can see, things are slightly improved, again, with the private placement due to market volatility and some of the cost offsets that aren't required as part of a private placement. I think this is all achievable, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, for a couple reasons. One, I think your staff, working with the financing team, did a good job of getting a very complex transaction actually through the Department of Finance and approval relatively quickly. We mitigated ourselves through the oversight board, and I've worked on this transaction as well as some of the other deferral agreements with other cities for a number of years. And I think the work done ahead of time by your city manager certainly helped us get through that process as well. So as you can see here, there are some significant savings. It's about $11 million. What that allows us to do is shorten the maturity of your transaction, helps you save about $7 million of sales tax, which, as you know, is pledged as part of your transaction. The item before you tonight includes the terms as presented by Truist Bank. They are locked interest rates if the board approves it tonight. We do have plenty of time, we believe, to close the financing. I believe we could probably close it within the next 2 or 3 weeks if the board approves it tonight. This will allow you to move forward. It will present, I think, the best option strategically for the agency and for the city to offset the sales tax pledge, to expedite your process of satisfying the deferral agreement. And once that's satisfied, you get not only your sales tax back to your general fund, but you're going to get a substantial amount of property tax flowing back into your general fund that's no longer paying debt service. We think that is somewhere between $750,000 and $850,000 a year. So moving forward, tonight will allow us to close the transaction. I think the maturity is somewhere around December of 2025, which is a lot faster than I think your transaction was scheduled before this, and it results in a significant amount of savings. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have or the board.
Questions? I just might add the importance of this situation. When I first came on board and I asked what the debt was of the city, I did not hear about the money that we owed the county. So it was quite a surprise to me with the amount that we did owe on it. And I know that there were some discussions about the interest rates that the county was providing some of our cities here. Was that ever resolved in terms of a pattern of unfair interest rates to southeastern cities?
Good question, Mr. Mayor. I've been involved in discussions with 3 agencies, including yours, the city of Monterey Park and Pomona. It has not still been resolved. There was an offer made to the city of Pomona recently. I can't tell you what it was because it's a confidential negotiation between the county and the city. I can tell you the equity issue has not been resolved.
Can you shortly, because I'm sure it's Councilman Camacho and myself know about it, but can you just give a brief summary on what the situation is with this?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. So over the many years of redevelopment in LA County, there have been a number of deferral agreements made between the County of Los Angeles and redevelopment agencies. There are several included in this specific district of Hilda Solis that are unique to the others. It would appear, based on the study of the deferral agreements throughout the county, more affluent communities like Monrovia or Redondo Beach were recipients of pass-through agreements at 0%. And the more poor, less affluent communities had interest rates anywhere between 7 and 5%, including yours. And the argument has been that it is a gross negligence to propose things of that nature. And looking back specifically at your agreements, they're probably the most egregious I've seen, actually, amongst all the agencies for a couple reasons. Every time the agency needed to amend its agreement with the county, they took more tax increment from you. So it almost wounded your redevelopment agency to the point where all you could do is make debt service payments. You are unique, like Pomona. You lost a very large contractor. I think it was aerospace contractor when that was prevalent in Southern California. The assumption under the deferral agreements is that that ginormous tax increment provider could be replaced, and it never was, here or in other places. So I think the county viewed that as a risk and associated that with a higher interest rate. And we've been arguing for 4 years that the rate is too high. The County Oversight Board is in support of the city, as in the support of the others, has continued to push for equity across the board. It's been my, pleasure actually to try and push for that. I've been trying to push for 0% for 3 years, and I've recently made that request again to Hilda's chief of staff, literally late last week. So we're still trying, but yeah, it's.
And Michael, if I could add to that, the state recently passed Senate Bill 734, which the city attorney and myself both spoke on, the city attorney representing another city, me representing the city of Pico Rivera as a witness. And so fortunately, the Senate bill went unopposed and successfully passed. I believe it was in September of this year. So that facilitates us reopening the conversations with the county to try to renegotiate better rates.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to ask, can you just add the dates to these, as you mentioned, gross negligence, because that's really a proper way of describing it, because, can you just add the dates of these agreements that took place?
I believe your agreement was, I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, it might be in your staff report, council member, of when that last agreement, the fifth, you have 5 amendments.
What I'm trying to get at is for the.
80s and 90s.
80s and 90s, and your description of gross negligence, and it's unfortunate that we've had 3 different strategies to try to, deal with this, and what's fair is fair, and they took advantage of the city, and unfortunately, we have been unsuccessful in getting to understand and say, this is not right. This is not how you do business. This is not how you contract with the county. But it's unfortunate we are where we are today because, these deferrals are taking advantage and will continue. And although SB 734, who, I pushed and advocated and got California Contract Cities and League to support the redevelopment, and Angelica and others were on the call when we were dealing with this issue, it's a good little step. Unfortunately, it's not, the bill's not going to give us teeth, but it is a good step in the fact that at least the legislatures are listening and recognizing that there are communities like ours that were taken advantage of by the county in these years that put us in the position we are, which created the debt, which is ridiculous debt that we have to pay out. But thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Terms and
Can
agreements.
I add one more thing, Mr. Concha, if you don't mind? We had good traction with the county a few years ago. The county's had turnover every year of their executive staff. As we've got traction to get resolution, we've slipped thereafter. I will say that Hilda and her staff have been great to work with. And the calls I've been on, she's an advocate for this. So she definitely wants to push forward. I assume she's got some challenges. She'd have to have all the board members, all the supervisors support her if they're going to change the amounts that get collected. And that may be a challenge, moving forward. But she definitely is in your corner based on what I've heard.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we approve this separately right now, move to approve, or do we approve
Motion
it
now.
altogether?
You can make a
Okay.
motion
I move to approve item number 15, as recommended.
Make a motion? Okay. Do I hear a second? No second?
I'll second it.
Second. Okay. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Say nay.
The motion carries.
Motion
Thank you.
carried.
Thank you for saving us money.
Okay. Regular agenda number 19. The ordinance amending Chapter 3.20 purchasing, an ordinance amending Chapter 3.48 informal bidding of public projects of the Pico Rivera Municipal Code, and resolution approving new procurement policies and procedures. Mr. City Manager, what are your recommendations?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Recommendation is to approve. We do have a presentation ready to go if council so desires.
Please.
This time, I'll turn it over to Angelina Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll do it from up here since it's a better line of sight for me, vertically challenged. So this is something that is long awaited and was actually in our project pipeline for a short time now. I know that as soon as I started with the city, this was a plan that we had set forward to accomplish. And it took a lot of concentrated effort from a majority of the staff here. I'd like to thank my new Deputy Director, Jane Gao, for putting this together. She was an instrumental force in revising the policy, and she will continue to be as she rolls it out to every member of the staff upon approval from City Council, of course. So just to give you some background, we have general purchasing requirements were last updated in 2013, and since then there have been several developments requiring extensive revisions to the Pico Rivera Municipal Code and related procurement policies and procedures. The city last updated the UPCCA provisions on November 6, 2000. So the UPCCA covers more of all of the work that is done through contract by the Public Works Department. So any work done on public facilities, is how I learned it in my early days, is covered by state code as well as our municipal code, and in addition, some labor code as well. So tonight's agenda, we're going to cover the overview of the current purchasing and procurement practices. We're going to compare those to the best practices and formulate a recommended set of changes to the municipal code for purchasing and for informal bidding for public projects or work done on public facilities. So here's just an overview of the general approach. The purpose of the policy is essentially to establish guidelines for the solicitation and selection of all procurement contracts entered into by the city of Pico Rivera. So how we purchase goods and services, and to ensure that the citizens of the city receive the maximum value for their tax dollars. And this is largely overseen by the Finance or Administrative Services Department. So our major parameters, basic parameters are as laid out before you. No staff without express authorization shall make any purchase or enter into any verbal or written purchase contract on behalf of the city. So just to give a little background and framework, the city manager in the municipal code is designated as the purchasing officer and the sole purchasing officer of the city. So what that means is that all contracts are entered into either by purchase order or by separate contract, signed and executed in a form approved by the city attorney and signed by the city manager. So here are some general provisions that are the underlying parameters by which we set up the purchasing policies. We must follow the code of conduct. We must ensure fair competition by all the vendors that bid on our or propose on our goods and services. In addition to that, as Caitlin, the general manager of sustainability, has mentioned in prior council meetings, we do focus on the implementation of SB 1383 for recyclables. And so we rolled in most of the requirements, procurement requirements out of that SB 1383 to be more in line with what is required by the state. In addition to that, purchasing items with ADA compliant content. So what that means is being mindful of the ADA requirements. If we're purchasing what I'm thinking is like the chairs that we have in this room that should meet ADA requirements, or if we buy things for the male or female facilities, they meet those requirements. So again, we're going to cover two major sections, Section 3.20, purchasing of non-public projects, goods, services, maintenance type, and then go over 3.48, which is procurement on public projects. So throughout this presentation, we are basically doing two things. We're bringing our standards up to the 21st century standards, federal, state, and local, aligning our municipal code to the most current best practices, and making sure that we respond to those requirements of federal grants. So here is just a subset of the procurement recommendations. And so we are basically increasing the limits that have not been increased over 20 years. There's been no, adjustment for CPI or any other measures. Prices go up, contracts go up, the standard labor rate goes up, but that has not been reflective in our current municipal code for purchasing. So here's just a summary, but we'll go over it in detail. The other thing that we wanted to mention is there was a lack of limits set for competitive bidding and selection for professional services. And so we wanted to delineate just the changes made in those practices. And so Jane did a really good job here in kind of bifurcating what is the difference between a bid and an RFP. A bid is for a product, a good, a widget, a unit, versus an RFP that's soliciting services. So we do have the three basic elements: procure, notice, and award for each of those, but the parameters and the guidelines for each of those is different, as laid out before you. So for an RFP, this is what we are proposing to include in the criteria for evaluating an RFP. I know this is the bulk of the work that both CED and Public Works is tasked to do. We reached out to our very experienced interim Public Works Director, Terry Rodrigue, to give us his feedback on just what criteria makes more practical sense and is prudent and still adheres to best practices. So here is an RFP example of how we would rate a request for proposal and those proposals submitted. You see that there is no weight on pricing, because pricing should not be a consideration for professional services. It's mostly weight on the three criteria set forth. So here we have some exemptions, again, as is articulated in the draft policy. For emergency type contracts, there are provisions within the municipal code that allow the city to bypass competitive bidding, and for if it is a public safety issue, the requirement there is for the city to bring back a notice to the city council as to what that contract was and the reason for the emergency. Sole source purchasing, if there is a good or service that can only be provided by one vendor, and that's typical of software, proprietary software. There are some exclusions in the municipal code for that. Contracts with other government agencies. So if another government agency already went through the RFP or bid a competitive bidding process and it met our guidelines, that we can piggyback off of that contract and bypass, just the process and rely on another government's due diligence to obtain those same rates for those products or services. We also wanted to add a limit for personal and professional services in terms of how we procure and how we contract, and what are the authorization levels for contracting for personal and professional services. And so here's just like a little snapshot of what the Code of Federal Regulations is for procuring federal purchases. So anything that is purchased with a federal grant or by a federal grant, we need to meet additional requirements. More of that. And so now we go on to best practice. And so we looked at federal guidelines, worked with our municipal financial auditors, independent auditors, and set the parameters for what we see is common practice in most agencies. So for micro purchases basically means if you get a quote, if you seek out 3 quotes and are unable to get 3 quotes, what is the bottom line threshold for just getting 1 quote? And so it would be any quote that you receive that is around $10,000. If you're unable to receive a second or third quote, there is that evaluation and determination to either procure or go through another avenue to receive those services. Simplified acquisition, informal bidding, again, would be not going through the formal posting and recording the beginning and end stages of the competitive bidding process. So federal guidelines required before 8/31 of 2020, 150,000. That threshold is now at 250,000. It's a lot of information, so I'm trying to be mindful of time. This next slide is for the work done on public facilities. So because usual contracts with contractors for building, construction, and materials tend to be high, especially with the current inflation factors. So California code is reflective of that and actually sets the limits or adjusts the limits periodically. So here you have the limits set before and after the beginning of the year in 2019. We also polled, I think it was over 20 cities. We polled 20 cities to see just where the procurement thresholds were between what the department head limit is, the city manager limit is, and city council limit is for procuring a contract and moving it forward. So right now, even if the department head has their own limits because of the municipal code, the city manager will ultimately decide on the contract regardless of any level. But the department head is allowed to move forward in the procurement of purchases within a certain threshold. So based on the median levels of authorization limits for the 3 different authorizers, the department head had a median authorization threshold of 22,000, city manager of 79,000, and city council, obviously, anything above the 79,000. So we were a little conservative in setting those rates. We didn't go with the medians. We actually went below the medians to allow for additional scrutiny that might be needed in evaluating the proposals and the draft contracts. So before you have the recommended thresholds. We're moving from, well, as you can see here, department head, anything under $5,000. For the, let's see, finance director, anything under 30,000, city manager, anything under 50,000, and city council, anything over $50,000. And again, here, I think this is just a duplicate of the work done on public facilities. So the recommendation here that you have before you is to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to amend the chapter 3.20, 3.48, and approve a resolution adopting new citywide procurement purchasing policies and procedures. So that concludes my presentation. I welcome any questions you might have.
Member Kim?
In the section that you mentioned, if another municipal agency approves a bid, has a bid process, municipal agency as in another city or more like LA County or like a larger agency?
I apologize if I just related it to municipalities, but it's a government agency. Yeah, any government agency that follows the same the like process that we would. We evaluate them, and if we see that it's consistent with our practice and we reach out to the vendor and they extend the price to us, then that is something that we would bring forward to council.
Thank you.
Councilman? Councilman Lutz?
No comment.
I'm familiar with the FAR, and I'm also familiar with the municipal code, and I have to say that when you said it, a long time due, it really was, and it really is. I in totally support of what you're doing, and I hope that we were able to pass it without any problems, because again, this is a major step.
Thank you.
You know, I want to thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough.
Thank you.
Assistant City Manager. I really appreciated that you went out there and you looked at the market. You looked at comparables, and then you were conservative with your estimates. So that tells us that not only have you done your research, but then the policy that we're setting up is within the standard that's out there in the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendation?
I make a motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion?
Just want to say thank you, very thorough.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
very-
We move to clean up and improve our city.
Thanks to Jane Gao.
Thank you.
Let's have a vote now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. The motion passes. Are we ready for, okay, item 20, Veterans Resource Center, collaboration with LA County Library and the California Department of Veterans Affairs, CalVet. Recommendation?
Mayor, City Council, what I'm looking for tonight is some authorization to move forward to begin discussions with the LA County Library and the county in general to negotiate an MOU. Once I receive that authorization, I will be bringing forth a staff report detailing the financial impacts of this decision. I can tell you it's modest. It's probably in the tune of about, to start, about 21,000, yearly cost about 11,000 to operate this particular program. Other resource centers are shutting down because of expiration of grant, like La Puente, Norwalk, and Lancaster. Those were initially funded by a grant that was applied by the state. Those funds are running out. So we'll be the only Veterans Resource Center in town shortly. But we have had the meetings with the county officials and the library officials as well, and seems to be progressing forward. This is also supported by Supervisor Solis. She actually, staff member just called today. They're online listening and looking forward to the partnership.
Council?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to state that I'm glad that we continue our efforts to support our veterans, especially if, being a community of veterans, since this is brought before us, from the work that we've done with Congressman Sanchez as relates to veteran affairs, to the work that we did to improve the Veterans Memorial Plaza, to truly renovate something that's significant to the community of Pico Rivera, in addition to moving forward to really add services that bring value to our community, to our residents in particular, and specifically to the veterans of Pico Rivera. I do have some questions, though. Is this going to, as we move in this direction with this MOU at the library, is this going to be since it appears that we're funding this, is this going to be specifically resource center for Pico Rivera veterans, or is this a regional veterans resource center?
Yeah, we hadn't had the discussion specifically, but I'm assuming that because it's in the library and it's county funded, that they would have to accept services from any resident within the county.
Have we asked, and I know we've had a good relationship with Supervisor Solis, and I've spoken to her about this, have we asked about the supervisor's office funding or the county funding some of this as well? Because I know the proposal is modest, but have we asked that question as far as them helping fund this resource center?
Yeah, we were actually on a call not too long ago, and I think, resources are scarce. They did indicate that they are going to continue to look for grant opportunities to assist, but as far as immediately, that's not something that they could provide today.
that's something that we could continue working on to get more specific as we expand these services, right? I know that Congresswoman Linda Sanchez was providing 2 times a week services at the senior center for our veterans as far as applications and so forth. They discontinued it based on the fact that we had COVID. But I think we need to continue working on making sure that this resource center is sustainable, you know? And I think this is a good direction. I know that in reading the proposal from the library, in the staffing aspect of it, they expressed that as stated, based on our experience, the recruitment, training, and retention of volunteers with relatable military experience who can consistently staff a referral table is extremely difficult. So again, as we move in this direction, which I support, we want to make sure that we not only expand on the partnership with the county, make sure that we specifically target the residents of Pico Rivera, because we are doing the census and to determine how many in our area, but also add additional partnership value so we can truly create a sustainable Veterans Resource Center that is of value to our residents of Pico Rivera. And if we can assist other veterans, and why not, we should. But I want to make sure that it's sustainable, that it's going to work. So I support this.
It's understood. And I also would like to add that we are going to create a virtual Veterans Resource Center with our new website. So that should be integrated as we move forward as well.
Comments? Councilman Lara?
City Manager, could you remind me again, what's the annual cost of this?
There's a one-time cost of $15,000. That's for equipment.
City Manager, let me, I provided you all a copy of the,
No, I appreciate that, but that's just for also those listening in too, who aren't privy to the written material. I think it's important, since we're talking about finances and the veterans online, if there are any, I think it's appropriate that we talk about this in the open.
Yeah.
So could you please?
Sure. There's a one-time cost for equipment, furniture, FF&E of about $15,000. In addition, there's an annual cost of about $11,000 for an annual operations cost. And then every 3 years, there'll be an additional cost of around $3,000 just for updated equipment moving forward. So
just to reiterate, we're talking about $11,000 per year to fund this. This is a resource for our veterans. So it's really, in my opinion, a minimal cost compared to some of the things that we spend. I think we really get a lot of value out of this, out of having this in our backyard. So I'm not concerned about the sustainability if it's $11,000, to be honest with you. It'd be great if the county could offset that with monies. That's always great. But if, as a city, we need to pay for it ourselves, I'm completely fine in trying to make room in the budget to do that. So I am in complete support of this. Thank you.
And if I may, I just need to clarify the sustainability. It's not a matter of sustainability based on the operational costs, which I agree it's not significant. I think we can cover it ourselves. Just trying to expand the services. What I mean is being able to be sustainable as it relates to making sure that if we have hours of operation, we have someone there to provide the service, right? The last thing we want is for not having that, making sure that we have the infrastructure created that is sustainable. And I just want to make sure that we provide it correctly.
Pro Tem?
Understood.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for putting this together. I think that it's not exactly the space, but I think that this programming is going to be really important. In speaking with some of the veterans from the different halls, 2 things come up: meeting space. So they may not have, they're looking for meeting space with their groups amongst themselves. In addition, parking. We even got a public comment in the last one. Parking continues to be an issue. So maybe we can look into veterans disabled parking, because as we know, there may be disabled veterans that aren't eligible, or there might be. For instance, the VFW or the American Legion on Durfee, we have parking, but it's across the street, and it's quite a distance for them to walk. So this doesn't include in part of this. The only thing I see missing is the section. I know that Veteran Affairs falls under federal, so let's reach out to our Congresswoman office and see where we can get support for this. It does seem like a small amount. maybe we could get that $15,000 from federal funds somehow to support our veterans. I do, in addition, I love this idea of the programming. I was invited a few months ago to a Wounded Warrior versus Veterans softball game. And we had a conversation about bringing it to Pico Rivera. They're veterans from San Gabriel Valley. And that would entail, using some of our field. So I know that they're looking for conference room space, field space, just meeting space that would be welcoming for veterans. I think this is great.
Thank you, Councilor
Thank you.
Protem.
Well, this Veterans Resource Center, if we're all in agreement, is finally going to come to fruition. And I know this is a project that the mayor was working on, collaborating with other individuals. And I think this is absolutely wonderful. And the fact that we have the space there in our main library so that our veterans can simply just walk over, handle items, and they don't have to go to Long Beach or Westwood and deal with traffic or uncertainties of who to speak to. I think it's finally something that we have a win for our veterans here in our community. And any win that we have for our veterans here in our community and local communities is a win for the entire area. Thank you.
You're right. We've been working on this for a long time. And one of the benefits that we have is that our library is probably one of the newer ones that has been constructed. So when we went in there to look for the space, they had perfect space. They had furniture, just stored in there. And so it provides us just a facility where we can do the counseling. And again, the Resource Center is more of counseling, not meeting places. It's counseling and providing information and referral services and so on. But we're going to have the most ideal resource center from around the area. Now, the other thing that I need for you to think about is that when we took the survey, we found that a majority of the veterans that responded pointed out that it was the lack of services, okay, the lack of services. And what it turns out to be is that we have veterans that are not receiving the benefits that they should, okay? And we're talking from the range of $1,500 to $4,000 a month. So it's actually going to be a source of revenue for us if we're able to get the services and the benefits to our veterans. Now, all resource centers are structured on the premise of volunteers, okay, volunteers. So it is going to be important that, that we develop the structure, okay, that we develop the structure where we can attract volunteers, but more important, that we always provide attention to the situation. Now we have something. Now we have something other than our memorial for the living veterans. And again, it's going to be something that I'm looking forward to working with. And even if I have to pay for half of it out of my pocket, I'll do it. Okay, do I have a motion to pay out of my pocket or what?
So move to pay out of your pocket.
Yeah, second to that.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Do it.
Do I have a motion?
It's a motion and a second.
Yes, I move.
Second.
Do we have a second? Okay, discussion?
Just to clarify, you're not paying it out of your pocket, right? I just want to clarify.
We
that.
hope to get some
Is that the
money
friendly
from our
amendment?
Congresswoman.
Sorry.
Okay, wait, I have a second? Okay, any discussion?
I'm the motion, he's the second.
Okay, you're what?
I moved and Gustavo was the second.
Oh, okay, not his, huh? Okay, thank
I'm the
you.
motion, she's the second.
Yeah, okay.
Or she's the
All right.
second, I'm the motion.
Discussion, questions? No? Why don't we take a roll call on this one so we know?
Councilmember Camacho,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dr. Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Elias.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, wasn't this the requirement that we had to get the supervisor to attend?
Well, no, she was going to attend. She is still going to attend.
But she's going to be able to make the announcement?
Yeah, you collaborating with the city, she can make the announcement. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, number 21, the American Rescue Plan Act, allocation of funds. Recommendation?
Yes, Mayor, City Council, this is a continued discussion are the ARPA funds. I know Angelina will give the presentation today, but she also will deliver some news that we do have some extension of time that we can utilize if we need, so.
Because of the city manager, okay?
I'm sorry?
The city manager is the reason.
The federal government
Oh,
recently
okay.
extended it to January 31st, so we have another 30 days to refine this and, bring other items up for consideration. So to continue this conversation, I'm losing track of what number this is, but I believe this is number 4 in terms of ARPA discussions to allocate the $14.7 million. So tonight's agenda will consist of revisiting the ARPA projects and providing you with the up-to-date scoring. And I qualify that because we have another few projects for consideration that were not on the last sheet. In addition to that, City Council might need additional time to rescore your sheets now that you have the additional projects for consideration. And so we have a recommendation tonight. It will probably be continued to the December 14th. We recommend that it be continued to the December 14th meeting to allow City Council additional time to refine your scoring if need be. So with the scoring sheets that were submitted, we thank City Council for taking the time to score each of the projects with so little time. So the top 4 scored, highest scoring, let's see. I think there's more than that. There is more than that. Oh, this is the final. Yeah, so we revised the top 4 scored projects. And you see the highest score was the score of 19. And it was to renovate the pool. So that made its way to the top of the list. In addition to that, the PFAS treatment facility. So again, by scoring that high, you enabled us to then have the water fund, the water authority repay the general fund that same amount. So we're being prudent and strategic as to how we, fund our continuing set of projects. The next one is the find a place to build a dog park. And so we allocated about $1.5 million to the acquisition of land related to the dog park. And then lastly, install ALPRs, as they're frequently known, on major streets. So that is at the 8 most trafficked intersections at the city with 4 cameras at each intersection. So that's just how they scored as of now. So we've provided City Council with the results of that scoring. Obviously, we are going to get into the additional considerations at this point. So in addition to the scoring sheet that you received, the Administration Department with Public Works Department have continued to refine our vehicle inventory list. And over the last few weeks have identified 13 vehicles that are in need of replacement. And so these are vehicles that are upwards of 15 years old. And while they might not have the mileage that you would think a regular vehicle would have for 15 years, they've been overused, and some of them might not even have like the most current safety updated, equipment inside. So we tasked and worked with the Public Works Department to give us a needs assessment of the vehicles that just cannot wait to be replaced. And so the reason that we hadn't brought this up before is that we were working with another vendor to see if they could, that we could enter into a lease program with them. At this point, it's not feasible due to the delay in actually providing us the vehicles, sometimes upwards of 9 months from the time that we order them. So just to provide for equipment that is needed for our crew, we recommend $1 million be set aside to start procuring those vehicles. The second was a real estate fund. So in the scoring sheets, Councilmember Lutz proposes to utilize $5 million in ARPA funds for the city to buy real estate and parcels. The city can manage the properties and generate some revenue from this operation. So we're taking our economic destiny into our own hands, be able to acquire a specific piece of property and have more control of what could be done with that property. Additionally, the City Hall landscape, Councilmember Lutz also proposes the utilization of $250,000 to fund and redesign and upgrade City Hall landscaping. So here's a list of the vehicles that encompass the 13 vehicles, mostly for streets, graffiti removal, traffic control, and irrigation crew. So, you know, not one thing is more important than the other. They're all crucial, but you can see the newest vehicle here is 19 years old. No, is it? Oh, sorry, 10 years old. Ford Fusion. So again, the recommendation that was in the staff report that was finalized as of last Thursday was what you see before you. We'd like to amend the recommendation with the city attorney's assistance to continue these deliberations to the December 14th meeting upon reevaluation of the scoring. So here's the next steps. We can continue this to December 14th. And like we mentioned, the federal government has extended our reporting of this step to January 31st of 2022. And then, the slides to follow are just a recap of those project descriptions, and that we went over those exact same slides as last time. So that concludes my presentation. Open to any questions you might have.
No questions. I just have a comment. I think this is very wonderful and timely. I wanted to comment that I was able to participate in a budget lesson webinar through the League of California Cities and Latinas Lead. And it was this wonderful conversation about how the decisions that we make regarding our budget at a city level really make a big impact. And the discussion was around to think about the impact that these budget decisions will make from 7 generations. And this came from an indigenous philosophy. So cleaning our water is going to make a huge impact to our generations. Fixing our swimming pool and teaching our children and our children's children and our children's children how to swim is going to prevent drowning. So in terms of rating the sheet, I think we should and continue to look at things of how are we going to make a long-term impact with this all of a sudden $14 million that we did not even know we were going to get. And so I like to remind my colleagues that let's think about it in the long term. We're not going to be here in 100+ years, but the decisions we make today, how can we use this money to make a huge impact that will go on further out?
Councilman?
Just a comment. Thank you again, Director Garcia. I think as we looked at this list, it was hard to rate on the basis that all of the projects on that list are of high priority, in so many different ways, whether it be fixing a kitchen at Rivera Park, which the seniors have been asking for years, to, adding cameras at the Smith Park, as we just recently did at Rio Hondo Park, or in particular the skate park, to the PFAS, to the pool and so forth. So they're all great projects that have been brought forward, the roofing and so forth. I guess the question and eventually what we got to figure out is, out of all those priority projects, what is the best use of the ARPA funds? Because a lot of these projects do have other funding sources available and or in waiting. So that's a good conversation we're going to have. But again, thank you very much for putting this together.
Thank you.
Councilman Lara?
So thank you for the presentation. I don't understand. So in the report on the swimming pool and in the scoring sheet that you gave us, it's approximately $6.7 million to replace the shell. how is it that it jumped up to 8.5? What are we including? And are we, does that 8.5 deduct the 1.8 that we have, the 1 million from Senator Archuleta, and then the 800,000 floating out there? That's my question.
Thank you. So I will let Interim Director Rodrigue answer that question.
Thank you. You're correct in the numbers in the report. The difference is the report did also mention that in addition to the 6.5 or 7, that if we wanted to do a prefab restroom, locker room, it would be another 1.3. And we also mentioned that the non-prefab solution, which means go into our facility and remodel our facility, would bring the overall project up just over 10 million. And so this does take into account if the math works out, the money that we already have, but then the rest, the 8 point something. That includes the facility renovation.
Got it. So it'd be best described as swimming pool plus facility renovation.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so, because that's at least maybe 2 million. And that's 2
Yes.
million that could go to other projects, right? Like the kitchen, there's some other little projects there. Renovation of the roof, things like that in various facilities, that maybe if we just said the swimming pool and go back to 6.5, leave the facilities as they are, unfortunately, it frees up a little bit of extra wiggle room to extend our reach to other small projects that are out there that will have a 7-generation impact. So that's where I kind of got a little confused on the numbers that were told to us in the report, our scoring system, and I think we need to maybe dissect that a little bit and then make a decision. If it's a consensus of the council that we just throw, 8.4 million, sure, it needs it. Do those locker rooms need upgrading? Yeah, I've taken my family there, and use those showers. So it's not like, but we have to weigh it. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
And if I may add, Mayor,
Councilman Lutz?
Thank you, Mayor. All these projects that reach the priority status of 4 rating, I think are fantastic. I'm excited about them coming to fruition. But this is all categories of spending money. And I see Pico Rivera as a family. And, in best case scenario, in the family, you have the matriarch, the parents, setting up their children so that they have revenue streams in the future. And if you saw in one of the last slides there, I recommended that we set up a real estate fund for the city of Pico Rivera. A real estate fund, just like in a family who buys apartments, and over generations, those apartments generate income for the family. You're setting up your children and your children's children to learn to build money while you sleep. And we're thinking about spending. We also should be considering about generating revenue streams for our community so that we can offer an abundant amount of resources for them in upcoming generations. So spending money to provide services for the community is fantastic, but we also have to take it upon ourselves to see how we can generate revenue for future generations. And that real estate fund, much like owning apartments, would generate that revenue for our community over time. So we have multiple streams of revenue generation. And
I've heard of cities leveraging that money, but would his fund be able to, is it eligible for the rescue fund?
So this comes out of the revenue loss in the $10 million. So that would be general fund. Yes, general fund monies.
So we could use that too.
To set up a real estate acquisition, to buy real estate. If it's under the, the revenue loss category, then yes, that would be a consideration.
Councilman?
No, I was just going to add that, great discussion because, as Councilmember Lada mentioned, the 6 versus the 8 at the pool. I think we all obviously ranked the pool as the number 1, but it's not final. You've just put the top 4 that we rated. I have questions on some of them. But at the end of the day, we have to figure out either we allocate 8, we allocate 6, or we try to, leverage that fund with more funds. And I would agree with Councilmember Lutz, creating a real estate acquisition fund, something I've been discussing too with the city manager. I think it's significant. I do believe that we have to look at ways to generate revenue. I've always said day in and day out here that it's easy to cut, but it's much more difficult to generate revenue. And unless we start putting forward plans to generate revenue, then, we just get what we get and, manage that money essentially. However, there, like I said, whether it be the kitchen that has safety issues that need to be addressed, whether it be the workforce development, as I put forward, as it relates to creating opportunities, job, lowering the unemployment, pushing apprenticeship programs, pushing pathways. Those are all economic development. But we got to figure out how we best allocate those $15 million, creating more green space, creating more a space for kids to participate in activities, whether it be the mini pitch as well. So all very significant, all very important, but it's just a matter of where we use the ARPA $15 million today. And even though we have more time to work, we also shouldn't wait too long either.
Any more comments? I see it as working capital. Am I seeing it correctly?
As working capital to
Yes, okay.
finance our.
And I agree that we should start thinking about that, since we have the latitude to be able to begin developing the resources. And just let me say to Councilman Lara and Councilman Lutz, when you become mayor, there's a projected deficit that's going to occur. So I would be thinking about revenues, and I would be thinking about revenues as one of the primary, or just one of the items that we have to prioritize.
Thank you.
Any thoughts about that?
So, seeking out new revenue enhancements and new revenue sources is within our project pipelines and our goals over the next 2 years. And, we're going to take the opportunity of putting some things on the ballot to support those if City Council entertains that in the near future.
Now, I think you hit something important here, because you talked about things that have to be put on the ballot.
Yes.
Yes.
Certain taxes, yes.
Okay.
Taxes are,
Truck impact fees, things of that nature.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Looking at our business license tax as well,
Yeah.
yes.
thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, I'd like your help in
Yeah.
recommending something that City Council could approve. So it's our recommendation now that we continue this discussion to December 14th.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, there are two, the recommendation is, as presented, is appropriate. Receive and file the results, and to request this matter to be returned to you at a future date.
Are we tabling this item then?
You're taking action by receiving and file, and you're giving your staff direction to continue this to a future date.
I take up that motion.
Second.
Second. Okay, any questions? Or wait a minute.
No, I made.
You made the motion, okay.
Yeah, and then he second.
Any questions? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Thank you.
Ayes have it. Number 22, translation of profile.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. As you recall, this has been a discussion. We are waiting for the results of the citywide survey. Those results have come in, and I'm going to turn it over to Director Ugar to give a staff report.
Sure, thank you, City Manager. Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm here for the third time to bring the profile report to you. It was brought to you back on April 13th and again on May 25th, and with no decision that was made at that time. Based on some exciting things that our assistant to the city manager, Javier Hernandez, has been working on with our consultant 3DI and bringing a virtual city hall to fruition. We were using the time wisely to develop those processes and also to work with Director Caitlin McGee on the community survey. So Since we now have the results of the community survey, which have 78% of the respondents approve our current way of communicating. They like our way of processing the profile and our social media and our communication to the residents. It was noted in the community survey that only 13% of those respondents preferred communication in only Spanish. However, even though those were the respondents, we really think that with our going towards the virtual city hall, we think that the residents and the city council will be really pleased because everything will be going to a digital format, and it won't just be available in Spanish. It'll be available in any language. The resident can click if they happen to speak Chinese or if they happen to speak another language. They can click and read the profile or whatever news story we have in any of the language that they choose. So that being said, we're thinking that going towards that digital platform is going to be better overall for the city. It'll be cost savings. It'll be a win-win since that's what the residents stated, that that's how they like to get their media, through their phone app or through that type of quick communication. So with that, 3DI and the Virtual City Hall, we're looking at rolling that out in mid-2022. We're very close to that. So at this time, our recommendation really is to keep the profile as it is, let it roll out in English, but let us work together as a team with the information that we received from the community survey and bring a win-win to the city, which will be a cost savings by not having it go out in paper anymore and utilizing social media and our digital platform with the new Virtual City Hall. But of course, there's the options on the table too that you've seen. If you'd like to go back to one of those, that's fine as well.
Pro Tem?
I just want to comment, that Spanish is not the only alternative language. We might have, we have a growing, I think, Asian language speaking community. And in the future, who knows what other languages may be needed. So I think that's great that we can access our materials in multiple languages.
Comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, as Spanish being my first language, and I speak a lot in the community in Spanish with many of the residents, I see the significance and value of trying to communicate as best possible. However, in looking and having a discussion about the profile and looking at a potential option of if we were to translate it, we reduce content. I'm not in favor of reducing content from the profile, and I'm not in favor of increasing cost either on more mailers. However, I think the City Hall virtual opportunity gives us the platform to, for those who seek Spanish or other language, they can access it on via virtual. And nowadays, most folks have their smartphones. So I would concur with your recommendation.
Councilman Lutz? Excuse me. Oh, okay.
I'll go. I mean, it don't matter. It does. Yeah. I don't. When I looked at that survey result, I don't feel that answers this question. It just doesn't. So to try to apply that question to this format, I think we're making quite a logical deductive leap.
Which question?
The question about which language do you prefer?
Oh, I see.
To receive your items. Everyone who speaks English is gonna select English, right? And we already know that the large, and so my other point would be just going back that the problem with the survey, those were voters, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, historically speaking, voters tend to be, obviously you have to be an American citizen, right, to be a voter.
Right.
So my guess would be that the vast majority of voters speak English. So that survey didn't.
Respectfully, I'd like.
No, wait, let me finish. Well, I'm sorry, Caitlin's going to jump in.
Just a clarifying point. It was not voters. It was any resident within the city of Pico Rivera territory. So not using a voter roll.
So how did they get the Because I know people who receive the survey who don't live in Pico Rivera, but they're registered voters in the city of Pico Rivera. So how did we get that demographic?
That's something I can clarify with our consultant and bring back to you.
Yeah, because in the survey that he did in 07, it was voters. And in the one he did here, he claimed it was residents. But my question would be, how would you get that demographic information unless it's a voter roll? You only get that off voter rolls as far as I understand, right? You get email address, you get phone numbers, you get home addresses. So look, let me put this to rest. So my issue with this question is that going along my assumption, okay, my deductive assumption is that it was voters. Those voters tend to be, you have to an American citizen, right? That's not an assumption. But they tend to speak English. So if you're just surveying voters who predominantly speak English, you're going to miss out on all those undocumented individuals that live in the city of Pico Rivera who speak Spanish, right? Who prefer Spanish. And I'm afraid that the survey, in my opinion, misses that population. But if it included them, our numbers would be much higher. So let me just circle around to that. So I'll leave with this. When I ran for city council, I paid extra for my information to be in Spanish. When I sent out my mailers, I made sure that there was Spanish. The reason why I know is because I've walked this community about 4 or 5 times over the past 10 years for a recall, for my water board elections, for my city council election. So I personally know what's on the other side of that door. And there's a large section of Spanish speakers in this community that survey didn't pick. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Councilman Lutz?
The item on the table is Spanish translation of the Pico Rivera profile. And we have Spanish speakers, a majority of English speakers, and a majority of Spanish speakers. When we post information on social media, we typically do it, important notices, we do them in English and Spanish. Let's just keep this simple. The profile should be in English and in Spanish. For the added cost, it's a benefit for Spanish readers and speakers that only read and speak Spanish to enjoy reading the profile once a month. I'm in favor of having it in English and in Spanish.
Thank you. I live here and I work here. And there's a couple of assumptions that were made here that bother me quite much. There was a figure that talked about 22% of the last election voters used Spanish the Spanish translation ballots, 22%, okay? So the councilman's, statement about doing everything in Spanish, I think I quizzed everyone on that, and everybody did their campaign information in Spanish. So the question that, we preferred the way that we communicated, you have to remember that we've done very little in Spanish, the city has. The primary information source in Spanish has been the school district, okay? The school district. And one of the things that I've learned in my 17 years of teaching here in Pico Rivera is that if you assume that parents are going to respond to electronics, okay, emails and Facebook and social media, you're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong, because the situation that we have right now is that when there was a survey taken, households have one computer and it's in the living room. And they have to rotate the use of that computer with all of their children, okay? The other thing is that we had a large majority that didn't even have email accounts. The reason that they have email accounts is that the district, okay, the district actually forced them to be able to get the, the email accounts, okay? Just so they can start communicating and so on. So, this whole idea, that we're going to be able to get, you don't see the Spanish speaking on Facebook, okay? I don't read any Spanish speaking people on Facebook, okay? So, we really have to take a look at this. And the question really does come out, okay, when we talk about community engagement, are we just talking about English speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor, that's why the other options are out there. It's just one of
Okay,
the
and
many
again, what I support is that that we provide the translation profile. Now, when we talk about the cost savings, you have to talk about how many copies of the profile get thrown in the trash because they don't understand the English. Okay, there's a cost there. It's a trade-off. So I would like to make the motion that we do the translation, or that we translate the profile in Spanish and English. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Okay. Discussion?
Mayor, can we amend that so that it's option 5? So we're specific about our item that we're approving?
If you go, just to
Option five.
reiterate, if you go with option 5, that means we're contracting it out and we will not be doing it in-house. Option 4A and 4B is in-house. We will continue to do it, but whether you choose 4A, 4B, or 5, we will no longer have 10 issues. We will go down to 6 issues.
Oh.
I want to make sure that we still stick with 10 issues. I don't want to reduce, I'll support an amendment, making sure that it's 10 issues.
It's not possible for us to do 10 issues in Spanish and in English. It's impossible. We've done the research. We've done 6, we can do 6. It's very possible I can squeeze out 7, but we cannot do more than that. 6 is a safe number, English and Spanish.
Is that option 4?
Okay.
Option 4 has 10.
It says non-viable next to it.
So what,
Wait a minute, Councilman, did you provide an amendment, or did you amend?
The amendment was simply to clarify the actual motion, because the motion that was seconded was to approve English and Spanish, but we have to go beyond approving it. We have to actually be specific on which option that is on this matrix.
Okay.
And this is a discussion item. We could definitely take the direction from council and bring it back. We're just arming you with
Well,
various options.
the thing about this, okay, is that this thing has been whirling around here for about the last, 4 years, okay? So, there's a situation right now where we can make a decision and not do the delaying situation.
It's not
on this,
agendized properly, Mayor.
okay? Because again, when we talk about cost, all right, the district is able to do that, okay? That is not an additional cost. That is a cost of engaging our community. Looking at it as an additional cost is not fair at all.
so Mayor, if I may, just to move us forward in a direction I think we can all agree, is that we want to move something forward, give direction, or create a motion that does not reduce the amount of additions.
Well, there was a motion. Do you,
Well,
do you amend the motion?
He motioned item 5, but, there's clarification that it reduces to 6 additions versus 10 additions.
I'd like to retract my motion because I assumed that it was 10.
Exactly.
And now that I look closer, it's a 6.
So a 5, a motion of item option 5 with 10 additions, obviously it'll increase the cost, but that's in color, contracted out, that's something where we are, seems to be all agreeing with. So
Yeah.
since you retract your motion, I'd like to make a motion that we approve option 5, 10 additions, contracted the vendor in color.
Point of order. I'm sorry. I agree with it.
Yes.
But the way it's agendized, we can't make we can't approve it. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
City Attorney?
I know.
That's why we can give direction.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. You're trying, the request is to provide direction to staff. There has been a motion made by the mayor to approve it in both English and Spanish. There is information from staff that to do so would reduce the number from 10 to 6. The council, if you want to do up to 10, then it's going to require money. And the council's going to have to appropriate that money. So if you're looking to do so, you should give direction to staff to come back with that option for the council to be able to tell you exactly what the cost is going to be. And then if the council wishes to expend those funds, the council can support that. If the council does not want to spend those funds, then staff is saying it's down to 6.
So then my motion, I'll offer it as direction.
It's offered as direction to staff to bring back a
So
report.
To clarify then, direction by the city council is to bring back option 5 with 10 additions.
The 10 additions.
And the appropriate cost to it for council approval.
I
And
second.
the appropriation that where the money's going to come from.
Is everybody okay with that?
I
There was a
second.
second. Questions, discussions?
Sure. I'm in agreement with the overall consensus. Trust me, I'm in the same boat. But when I have the director who's in charge of it telling us it's impossible, I'm concerned. But because I think she's a capable director. So if we're giving her further direction, and if she does some more research and comes back and presents the options, I just don't want to put people in impossible situations. But if it means us, spending more money to accomplish this task, then I'm all for it. So it's going to come back because we can't. So
And thank you, Councilman Berletta, for that. I know the Director Hugar is speaking out of facts, and I really appreciate the research your work. But in the profile publication on the option 5, it does talk about contracted with the vendor in color. Is your statement correct that it is impossible to do in-house, right? But it is possible to contract out to a vendor to do in color.
The vendors that we contacted for this bid that we did said that they cannot, they're in the same boat, they cannot produce 10 issues in the time frame. I mean, it's very possible that we could talk to one of them and we'd have to pay like overtime or double time. It's a timing issue, it's a space issue, it's a translation issue. They were under the same deadlines that we would be. In actuality, it would be worse for the contractor because there would be now another additional middleman. Because right now, we deal with each other. We give it to Steve, Steve gives it to Sandra, we can control each other. But when you have to add another person in, and then there's another layer, and there's correction, things are not as fast as they are in-house. I'm not opposed to it at all. It's just adding another layer of bureaucracy.
I think you and your
into the
team have done a
process.
great job in making the house and what we have today, no doubt. So
We have a motion with the 10 additions, and we have a second.
let's look at it and bring it back.
But that is direction, not final action.
Correct.
If I may.
All in favor, say aye.
Wait, I want to make a comment. But off the table is not, director told us that a majority of the people said they like to receive their media or their information via their app. So, if we have the capacity to still have it online translated, not just in Spanish, but whatever language they may need, I think that's important too. And, let's think about if people are throwing it in the trash, then I hope they're recycling it. But let's keep looking into the digital media if people are saying they're using it on their cell phones. So I think that that's an important fact that came out of this survey. People are utilizing the online. Not just a computer, but from your cell phone is your computer.
Thank you, Mayor. In discussion here, I was thinking of cost savings and those people who wish to opt out of receiving a paper copy can send a response to City Hall opting out of a paper copy, just like our bills that we receive, electric bills, mortgages, whatever that may be. We'll originally receive it in paper copy, but then we'll have a little box in the profile that states, would you like to receive this in a digital format? If so, log in to this system and opt out of paper copies. And now at that point, over a period of months or years, we're going to reduce our paper copies, but those who do want paper copies will continue to receive it in that format. So I think that's an agreeable solution over time that we can promote to our constituents and make every constituent happy.
And I just want to build on the Mayor Pro Tem's comment as it relates to the virtual city hall. As we bring back, I think, that is paramount too, as we translate the actual print copy. And then we'll figure out exactly what the challenge is. I think the timely issue is important that you point out, and that is key because it's a matter of turnaround time for it to be done. But nonetheless, we'll give direction, let's bring it back, we'll have the conversation. I know you're going to have to do some additional research and work. But I do believe that just like the newspaper industry, the actual hard copy print, it's very few. You got to go find an actual paper out there, whether it be LA Times or La Opinión. You got to go search it. It's not like accessible anymore. So eventually I can see us in one day being completely virtual and not doing print copies anymore, quite frankly. But for now, let's move in that direction.
Okay, I had a second. We take a vote on your amendment, okay?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Hold on. Okay. We had an amendment that was second. Is there any further discussion?
Sure. Just a procedural point of order. Because we're just giving direction, we just need a second. We don't need a vote.
Yes, we do.
Yes, you do. Okay, sure.
Yes, we do.
Let's vote.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
What are we voting on again?
And, I
There was
might
two motions.
might make a recommendation that you speak to the district on how they're, producing and publishing their material, and also the other cities that are doing it in English and Spanish. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item, number 22, adoption of a mobile home rent stabilization urgency ordinance and introduction and first reading of mobile home rent stabilization non-urgency ordinance. Recommendation?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I know you've been here long, so I'm going to try and be as comprehensive but concise as possible. Tonight before you, at your last council meeting, I should indicate, you requested, this council gave direction to our office to prepare a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. The county was offered as a sample. There are over 100 different communities, counties, and cities who have mobile home rent stabilization or rent control ordinances. Well, we examined most of them. We didn't examine all 100 because they are fairly consistent in nature. Before you this evening, and as we presented on the staff report, both an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance. I also should indicate that posted earlier today was a revised regular ordinance and also information provided to the City Council regarding the urgency versus regular ordinance and other elements before you. It should be indicated that after further review, we would strongly urge the council to not take any action on the urgency ordinance. The reason for that is because at the last meeting, it was recommended or suggested that we have an ordinance in place by January 1st of next year. We have no need to do that because of further research into state law that any mobile home owner would be required to provide a 90-day notice of a rent increase. And by the time that notice is provided, even if they gave the notice yesterday or today or tomorrow, it would not become in effect until after this ordinance goes in effect. If you introduce it this evening and then come back at your December 14th meeting and adopt the ordinance. So that's more of a procedural issue than it is a substantive issue to the stabilization ordinance. The action that's being proposed is not unique. As I indicated, there's 100 different communities that have adopted a similar type of mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. I should also indicate that this is limited to mobile homes and mobile home parks. This is not a comprehensive sweeping rent control ordinance for all residential units within the city. Some of the key issues that the council will need to provide some direction include the issue of rollback of rents, the registration of mobile home spaces, and also, if you are going to roll back rents, the time and the date of, or the time of when you want to roll back to, or the amount that you wish to roll back to. The ordinance provides a administrative review of rent increases. It caps the rent increases to 3% or 75% of CPI, whichever is greater. It also provides that if there is a need, or if a mobile home park owner wishes to petition the city for additional rents, they can do so through an administrative process. That process does not need to be defined tonight. It will be deferred to another date as we get more information regarding who would be the administrator over the requested mobile home increases. It also provides for the property owner to receive a fair rate of return on his or her investment in the mobile home parks. And it also provides that a rent increase can only take place once a year. One of the elements that was put into question was who would be affected by this ordinance. And there are limitations on who are impacted, but also clarifications. One is that if a mobile home lease was entered into, which is 12 months or longer in duration, and it was entered into on or before February 13th, 2020, that they are subject to rent control, this type of rent control or rent stabilization ordinance, only if they were entered into on or after February 13th, 2020. So the February 13th, 2020 to today's date would be covered by the rent stabilization ordinance. However, if a lease was entered into 12 months for a 12-month duration that was entered into before February 13th of 2020, they will be exempt from this ordinance and not subject to local rent control or stabilization until after January 1st, 2025. Now, that's state law. That is state law, but it's incorporated here into our ordinance. And then once the long-term lease exemption expires on January 1st, 2025, then all mobile home leases will be subject to local rent control ordinances regarding the duration. Now, it's important to note that state law has been evolving in this topic, and that if they do provide new legislation, it may impact what might be considered and adopted through this process. That is a quick synopsis of the ordinance. Again, I want to reiterate, we are suggesting or urging the council not to take any action on the urgency ordinance. We have provided a modified regular ordinance for your review and consideration. It covers some additional whereases, but and also cleanup language to the ordinance. It's been posted on the city's website. It's been distributed to you in both hard copy and email copy. And I'm happy to address any questions that you may have. And also, if you are going to move forward, that's the fundamental question, really, Mr. Mayor. If you're going to move forward, that's the first topic on the table. And then if there is, then we need to get some clarifying language on some of the outstanding issues. That concludes my report. I'm happy to address any questions from the City Council.
Councilman?
Attorney Glassman, thank you for providing this research. You had mentioned in the beginning comments that the council had moved
provided direction.
Provided direction, and providing direction is typically when there is a vote. I wanted to ask our city clerk, did we actually vote in the last city council meeting to do this research that is above 1 hour of time? Or was there a mistake on behalf of Attorney Glassman to move forward on this?
The minutes reflect that we did not take a vote.
At this time, Attorney Glassman, what do you suggest that we do? Do we move this to a later date being that this was technically not following Robert's Rules of Orders?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, if I may address that. It was a unique conversation at the last meeting, and I don't run or control the meetings. I listened to our mayor and the council. The protocol that occurred, if I'm not mistaken, 2 meetings ago, was to provide that there was, under our procedural rules, if a council member, one council member makes a request for an item and a second council member at a meeting supports that, it goes back to staff to do further research and to present the item. There's also the ability of the council to, away from a council meeting to, and we had that happen at this night's study session, that a council member can fill out a form and a second council member sign off on that form. And again, it goes back to staff to do the proper evaluation and present it to the council. I'm going to leave that question up to the city council. We were given, I would say, direction, because the mayor said, you've got your direction. Well, we'll go back and listen to the tape. And if the council did not want to move in that direction, it takes somebody for the council to say that.
I believe the council lacked a vote. And as a result of that lack of vote, more than 1 hour of research was done by your firm to move forward with this without a vote. We're not going to assume here. We're dealing with an item here that is extremely technical. And if on the onset we're starting off on the wrong foot and we did not unanimously vote or 3/5 vote to do this research, then we need to backtrack and do it correctly.
Well,
It's just like
I would
this
say that
ordinance.
I would say the research is done correctly.
Sure.
The research that's before you is, I'll stake my legal knowledge on this research that's before you. I think, Councilmember Lutz, what you're suggesting is that amongst the 5 of you, somehow procedurally, it wasn't handled properly. So I would respectfully indicate to the council that if you feel that it shouldn't be before you, that's up for the council to decide this evening.
If I may, Mayor, if I may add to that conversation, if, on that basis, I think I disagree with the semantics of the argument. I think that direction was given. We've had precedents that we give direction. The direction was given. If at that time of the council meeting, direction was given, and there was a consensus by a majority of 3 opposed to that direction, then that's where it stops. That didn't occur at the meeting. There was a first, there was a second, we gave direction, nobody opposed. Direction, I think we're within the means of moving forward. So I think as you've answered it, you've done the research properly, direction was given, as was done in the past, and as we've done many other issues. So I think that argument is mute at this particular time.
Councilman?
If I may, I'm the one, I believe, who gave that second. So, as you pointed to, our procedure states that if there's a second to give staff direction that's going to require more than 1 hour of research, which this did, we need a second. We followed that.
That is correct.
And this is the fruition of that. So it's before us to just vote on it.
We're failing to incorporate after the second that is required, a vote is required to do research beyond 1 hour. That's what I'm talking about. That vote was not done after the second was made.
Well, Councilman, the other thing is that the procedure that we followed is that we put something on the agenda and we discuss it, okay? And we discuss it. This is for a vote, and we broke that kind of procedure here. This is very complicated, as you mentioned it, and I need time to read this.
Well, I would.
So I think, the discussion is appropriate right now.
Again, I would disagree because.
Oh, you're going to disagree that I don't need to read this?
Well, you need to read that and a lot of other things, but direction, there was already a first and a second to put this on their agenda for discussion.
You don't want us to read this?
Can I finish? I didn't say that. I'm not saying that. Okay?
What are you saying?
Well, if you listen, I would say it. If you let me have the time to speak. I provided a motion to give, to put this on the agenda for discussion at a previous meeting, and it was seconded by, and my submission was through our formal request to the city clerk. The item came before us, and now it was agendized for discussion, as we did have discussion. Am I correct, Ms. City Clerk?
That is correct.
So now that we have the item on the agenda, after it was first and second and for discussion occurred. Everybody provided opinion. I believe, Mayor, you're the only one that did not provide opinion at the time, but the discussion was made and direction was given in addition to after the discussion. So we have followed protocol and our policies correctly. Is that correct, Ms. City Clerk?
The protocol was called to have a motion in a second.
And so therefore, now it's before us to be able to vote on it. Now, whether colleagues of mine feel that they need additional time or they feel that it wasn't properly agendized, I disagree. Because as the city clerk has stated, we have followed proper procedure, a significant amount of council. So we have an item before us that is ready to be voted on.
Okay, you put two items there, okay? You put two items there in terms of, I received this
Two items?
right now.
Two items, what do
Yes,
you mean?
I received this right now, okay?
You
I have
received-
not had a chance to read this.
You
And you
received,
want me to vote on it?
you received what right now?
This.
It was in the agenda.
I received the hard copy now, right this.
It was in the agenda that was published on Thursday. So you did not read your agenda?
No, I didn't.
Well, that's not my issue. You're supposed to come prepared.
No,
for
but
this meeting.
the issue is that when I read it, I could have questions on it.
The memo that was provided by our city attorney right now was just basically adding some clarification. This item was on the agenda, whether you chose or not failed to read it, that's on you. So I want to call the question to continue this conversation, the item before us, and if I may, since I have the floor, I want to make sure that we look beyond the technicalities that is being presented here to, I guess, derail this motion. And quite frankly, we heard the speakers, and there was some discussion about negative consequences to a city. I've been working on economic development for a while, and I don't see any economic impact to our community, because let's remind everyone that this is a mobile home park rent stabilization. It's not a citywide rent stabilization. I'm not supporting a citywide rent stabilization. This is a mobile home park rent stabilization. There is a cost added here in the agenda report that has been presented by staff. I don't necessarily agree with that cost. I think the cost is significantly lower. We have 405 spaces. I think there's going to be some first-year higher costs, but then I think that's going to settle down. I think what's important to also understand that I've been in this discussion for some time, and I've had the opportunity to speak to management. I've had the opportunity to speak to the residents, and I've requested and made every effort to bring collaboration. And it was stated by some speakers that there has been no collaboration. There's been many attempts to collaborate to no avail. In addition to that, there's been a significant discussion by the residents of the mobile home park. There are maintenance, health and safety issues that need to be addressed, but I think that is something, this has nothing to do with this mobile home park, but I think it's something that we have to work with the Department of Housing and Community Development to address those issues with these property owners. When we discussed this originally, and I said this before in the meeting, this AB 2782, they did not, basically didn't take effect until 2025. So it would not benefit those individuals. But as we started learning and I started meeting and researching, this ordinance today will benefit those individuals in the month-to-month agreements. And so I think it's only important that we look to support our residents. You have to make sure you understand that mobile home park residents pay taxes, they consume in our city, they're residents of our community. This is one of the significant ways to look at protecting affordable housing in our community. So if I can help and we can help our residents today. And in addition to that, as I wanted to actually add that, as was stated by our city attorney, I think the rollback is something that I want to present as well and add to that as being discussed. The motion before us here are two options, urgency, non-urgency. The urgency was brought up by me because there was I wanted to, there was an issue related to making sure that we put it forward. I would agree, urgency is not needed. We do it regularly. So this is significant. Protocol was followed. We are following our policy. It has been clarified by the city clerk. It has been clarified by the city attorney. So I want to make sure that we begin to discuss and move this item forward.
Council, was this a revised version of the one that was provided in the agenda?
Yes, minimally, yes.
Yes. See, I need the clarification in there. When I pointed to this, okay, this is a revised version of the one that you had in the agenda.
Mr. City Attorney, is the revisions that he's referring to are in this memo that you just provided us?
The confidential memo to the city council, yes.
I just read it. It doesn't take very much to read the edits. It's right here.
If I may return to the procedural aspect that Councilmember Lutz articulated, and I'm looking at two resolutions adopted by the city council. They're still in effect. The first one is Resolution 7098, and this is council administrative support. Section 14 states, council members may request information or research from a department head on a given topic directly when it is anticipated the request can be completed by staff in less than 1 hour. Council member requests for research or information that are anticipated to take more than 1 hour to complete should be directed to the city manager. Requests for new information or policy direction will be brought to the full council for consideration at a regular meeting. So that's if requests for information are being made, 1 hour limit. Resolution 6998 provides that the city council's agenda preparation and staff report guidelines for council sub-agency meetings do not currently provide for a process allowing for 2 council members to place matters of business on a future agenda. It then states, now therefore, the council directs that a section entitled Council Member Agenda Requests be adopted and add to the city's agenda preparation staff report guidelines, allowing items to be placed on future council meeting agendas when requested by 2 council members, either verbally during a council meeting or outside a council meeting upon submission of a signed written request. And then it further states in the attachment, any background information regarding the requested agenda item shall be submitted in a staff report in accordance with the City of Pico Rivera's agenda preparation and staff report guidelines for city council sub-agency meetings, policies, and procedures. So the direction provided by 2 council members at the last meeting is why we did the research, why we crafted the ordinance. Would it have been cleaner had there been 3 votes taken? Yes. Would it have been cleaner if someone from the council had asked the mayor to call for a vote? Yes, but that didn't take place.
Mayor, if I may, Mr. City Attorney, I did reach out to you in that moment. And
Yeah, this is attorney-client privilege, so I'm going to be allowed to say what I
Yes,
provided in
Mr.
response.
City Attorney, I'm not done finishing my sentence.
Yes, sir.
It's fragmented, and it's intentional. I did reach out to you, and in that moment, your paid services are to reach out to the council and let them know of the issue at hand. It wasn't done. But that's not my concern. My concern here is that we have residents that are in need of resolve on their current situation with their rents in mobile homes. And if at the beginning, we're starting to bend the rules and not specific about details, then we're going to do the same thing on a supposed ordinance. And let me ask you this now, does this ordinance help people, if it's implemented, that got into contract prior to 2020?
Prior to 2020, no, it does not.
Wait a minute. Yes, it does. What about the rollbacks?
Well,
Wait a minute, hold on.
Wait. Do the rollbacks?
Wait a minute, yeah,
I'm sorry.
Council-
Well, I wanted to play.
Councilman Lutz still has.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. I think we're all going to speak. We have plenty of time. We have all night.
The
And this isn't
rollback
a-
will also apply to any long-term contract. In terms of exemption for rent increases, the contracts that are entered into prior to February 13th of 2020, and I'll go back over my memo, long-term mobile home tenants are controlled by recent legislation, AB 2782, and provides the following guidelines. Mobile home leases over 12 months in length are subject to local rent ordinances only if they were entered into on or after February 13th, 2020. If the leases are over 12 months in length were entered into before February 13th, 2020, they will be exempt from and not subject to local rent ordinances until after January 1st, 2025, when that exemption expires. So the ability to roll back is something that still applies to all rents being charged to mobile home tenants. The ability to receive rent increases are not going to be limited by the 3% or the 75% of CPI that's provided in the rent stabilization, the rent control provision of the ordinance. And then if I can go back, since Councilmember Lutz did hand me a note at the last meeting. Don't we need a vote? And I said, I believe I wrote, I don't know if you saved the note, I believe I either wrote yes or you need to ask for the vote. And I said, it's not my meeting. You know, oftentimes, if I wanted to intercede on the procedural aspects of this meeting, I probably would not be favored by anybody on the body. It's up to the mayor and the council to manage the meeting and follow your own procedures.
You had a comment.
I have a question, and then after the question, I have several comments. My question for the city attorney is, who would the rent rollbacks apply to? And there were a few options. Either we don't roll the rent. See, let me provide context. You know, when they first came to us about this item, and this ordinance is not new. I've read a similar portion of this ordinance over a year ago when they invited me to their forum. Some of the details might be different as was amended, but the general substance of this ordinance is nothing new. So, I respect the minor changes, but once again, let me reiterate, the major substantive points that the ordinance accomplishes that doesn't change. So having said that, you know, we initially thought rolling back rent.
Councilman.
Yes, sir.
This discussion is not about voting for it or against it. It's about procedures and providing time for us to be able to evaluate it and yes.
That is not correct. We're talking about this agenda item, which includes.
I am talking about this. You are talking about that, okay? I am talking about a very important ordinance over here. Let me explain to you some economic principles about rent control.
If I may, Mayor, if I may.
Let me finish.
If I may.
Let me finish.
I had the floor.
You're out of order.
Has the floor.
You're out of order. No, you're out of order.
I think consensus dictates up here, not you're out of order. Consensus dictates here, not the mayor.
Mayor, go ahead.
What we're talking about right now, okay, is just following a procedure. This is a very, very important decision for this city, this young city, okay? Economic principles say that rent control automatically decreases the quality and quantity of housing, okay? So we have 60% of our population are homeowners, all right? What kind of impact are they going to have? Don't they deserve to have the consideration, okay? And all we're asking for right now is to be able to take a look at this, okay? Because again, it is important, okay? Very important to this entire city. It's a developing city. And don't tell me that there's no such thing as a little rent control. A little rent control is like a little pregnancy.
You mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
I still find that funny. Let me address some of your points. One, we just had clarification about the procedural aspect of this.
We have not had clarification.
Well, we could have it again, but in my opinion, that procedural, framework and the historicity of it was laid out. Look, Councilmember Camacho asked to put this item on the agenda as a discussion item a few meetings back, right? I think 2 meetings ago, correct, City Clerk?
Have we had a study of the fiscal impact the ordinance is going to have on the city?
So she's trying to answer my question first.
I believe it was brought here on the 12th.
Thank you. So it was brought as a discussion item. Then staff was given direction, the city attorney, to research this item coming back. Okay? That was also clarified. Now, Councilmember Lutz brings out a good point. I was oblivious to what his sidebar was. But the city attorney points out, look, he's in the meeting, but he's a referee in the meeting. He's not playing, he's not on the field per se. Sorry, I get it. It's not a great analogy. I know you're going to interrupt, but let's run with it. We're the ones on the field. If we choose to call for a vote, which could have been procedurally in bounds, it wasn't done. So then the alternative was done, which is established procedure by the city council. We do it all the time. I'm going to ask for it later. Is a second to provide staff direction. This is the fruition of that. But so that's the procedural aspect that's been explained to me. I think that flushes out because that's what I remember and that's how we've been operating. But this whole thing is really, do we want to help people or not? Yeah, we could nitpick and semantic and procedure the heck out of this. But at the end of the day, it's going to come back, whether it's this meeting, the next meeting. Do we want to help people? Okay? That's my animate. That's where I'm coming from. And those people who called in who don't live in the city of Pico Rivera, who talked about the economic downfalls of rent stabilization with mobile homes, I would dare those people to walk Westland Estates and sit there and talk to those people who are poor and no disrespect to them. But these people are scraping by. Now, if they want to do that, I'll take them. But to me, when I did that, you know who I saw? I saw my parents. Because they don't have 2 pennies to rub together. I saw my mom and dad there. My dad didn't graduate from high school. My mom got her GED. Okay? There's very few things on this council that I'm going to change people's lives. Yeah, I'm going to give a contract to someone. We're going to pave a road. We're going to do a park. Yeah, that brings value to the city. It brings joy. But this gives those people financial relief. So
Again, I repeat, this is not a question of us not helping people. All it is
Well, to
just
me it
having
is.
the proper time to take a look at it.
So I want to add an amendment to the ordinance. And the amendment is that we add a line, a sentence, that this does not apply to general rent control in the city of Pico Rivera, that it only applies to mobile homes. And 2, any type of ordinance of general rent control for the city of Pico Rivera would have to go before the voters. Can we do that, city attorney?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, but let me get that clear, what you just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you want me to flesh that out a little bit more?
I want you to be very specific in terms of that amendment.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna need help here. I'm sorry.
If I may.
Yeah, can you please put it into
As
English
I
for
understand
me?
what you just requested, council member, is to incorporate into the ordinance a provision that indicates that any elements of this ordinance will apply to mobile home park and mobile home tenants only, and not to any other residential properties within the city, which would include apartments which would include single-family residential units or any other residential use. Is that my understanding?
And if
Yes.
there's a push to provide rent control, that it has to go before the voters.
So that any approval of a rent control ordinance that is expansive beyond mobile home parks would require voter approval.
Is this defensible?
Which part, Mayor? This ordinance?
The ordinance of just being very specific in terms of the facilities, and then, again, the idea that it'll all have to go to in front of the voter for any future rent control.
To respond to that question is, you can incorporate it into this ordinance. And provided that no future city council changes that section.
It's going to have to absolutely say that.
Well, it will say that.
Then let's
but-
do it now.
but-
Then let's do it now.
Well,
let's do it.
Oh, you're introducing an ordinance tonight. This is not your final ordinance because it's going to come back before you at your next meeting if it gets 3 votes to introduce the ordinance. And we will have the language for you contained in the ordinance that addresses the issue of the limitation of a rent stabilization ordinance such as this is only for mobile home parks, not a blanket rent control for the city. And if there is a blanket rent control for the city, that has to be presented to the voters. Now,
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to go back and touch upon a statement that I made just to make sure it's clear about who is governed by this ordinance, if it is introduced and approved. Any short-term tenants, any long-term, or by long-term I say 12 months or longer, if the lease was entered into after February 13th, 2020. It also applies to those leases that were entered into prior to February 13th, 2020, but that exemption doesn't kick in until 2025. So, again, there is relief and remedy for a certain segment of the mobile home park tenants, but some will have to wait for that until a future date.
Just a clarification point on that, just real briefly. if I may. Sure,
Councilman
sure.
Lutz, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry for being so short and direct.
My
But
apologies
without-
too, Councilman.
Yes, and this open line of communication is necessary because we do want to help this mobile home park community, but we want to be very specific with what we're doing because we only get one chance to help the community without using word salad. People who got into contract prior to 2020, will they be utilizing this rent control? Will their rent be rolled back? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you very much.
Not until 2025.
Not until 2025. And so I look at the list of people who are at the Westland Estates Mobile Home Park. And I think the majority of the people that are there, except for 4 families, are on long-term contracts written prior to 2020. This ordinance is flawed for that reason. And I feel that we need to go back. There's also a standard ordinance to go over, plus a memorandum and several different items that were given to us well in advance on Thursday and some a couple hours just before now. I would make a motion that we have a study session to cover all aspects and all the pros and cons and see how we can best help this community immediately within the next 60 days, not pass a symbolic ordinance that's not going to help the majority of the people in the Westland Estates, because the majority of the people in the Westland Estates are on long-term contracts. Only 4 are on contracts that were written after 2020. My fellow colleagues, that's the flaw in this ordinance, and let's not be blind to it and pass something symbolic. Let's go back and do a study session, just like we do when it comes to infrastructure and spending and spending the millions of dollars to improve our community, we do study sessions and we do it over 2 or 3 sessions. Let's do the same for this community here and see if we can come up with something that will help the majority of them immediately. Let's not be symbolic about this. So I would like to make a motion that we take this to a study session. Can I get a second?
Well, wait a minute, hold on, because you already had a motion in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still in
So are you you're amending his motion?
I'm making a substitute motion, so now that has the precedence.
That is correct, if I may, because since I've been accused of not interjecting when procedural issues are on the
Please
table,
interject right now.
If I may. There is a motion. I don't know if there was a second. I believe there was a second, but if there wasn't, there's now a substitute motion that does take precedence, provided there's a second.
Yes.
If there is a second, then the council would be required to vote on the substitute motion. If that motion fails, it goes back to the original motion. And then you go through that process. And I also want to restate, tonight is the introduction of the ordinance. This is not your last bite of the apple. And, I'm familiar with the organizations that came to speak to the city council this evening. I'm happy to reach out to them if they have, friendly suggestions as to what would be useful to enhance this ordinance. We were provided direction to examine the county ordinance, which we did. A lot of what you see before you this evening mirrors what's in the county legislation, the county ordinance, and also taken from many other communities that have similar rent stabilization ordinances. So I want to state, currently, Councilmember Lutz's motion is on the floor as a substitute motion, and Mayor would be appropriate to ask if there's a second.
Now, point of clarification. In the second if there's a second to the motion, there's still opportunity for discussion before we vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to discuss a little bit more, and I want to ask a couple questions. So for clarification purposes, and my question is.
So is that a second to the motion?
Somebody has to second it.
Which doesn't mean you have to vote for the motion. It just means you get it back on the table
Is
for
there a second to
discussion.
that motion?
I second the motion.
So, this ordinance.
Discussion.
This ordinance, questions. This ordinance does not apply to individuals with leases up until 2025, correct? We already.
The answer to that is yes, and that's by state law. That's not by some, if we could craft it differently, we would.
That is AB 2782 to be exact.
That is correct.
Okay, so anybody wants to read that, we can read that. Second is, would it apply to residents on a month-to-month today?
This ordinance, once adopted, would, yes.
So it's, I've had the opportunity to discuss and meet with individuals, and there's more than 60 individuals that I've been given a list that are month to month. In addition, there's probably maybe even 200 of them. And we'll find out even more so when we go and do the registry with this ordinance. So again, if it is one individual with month to month or 100 individuals with month to month, this ordinance, if passed, will benefit them today.
Once it is passed, yes.
So there's some additional content that was provided that actually I was going to offer before the second substitute motion, an amendment to the motion that was provided, and it's going to come as a question to you. I was going to provide that, we forget about the urgency. We are, as stated from the motion, but to add that we roll back to a date. I know there was an option to roll back to a number of 1,000, and quite frankly, that would be the significant. But as we've had discussion, the question is always is that fair and just for the property owner, and is it defensible? And so my amendment to his motion was going to be to add the rollback to a date as when we began to agendize the discussion. And we began discussing this in 2018. We began to agendize this item in 2019, and therefore 2019 would be the appropriate date to roll back. And now, if we roll back to 2019, would that then benefit all residents, including those in the lease?
Mr. Mayor, member of the council, unfortunately, state law preempts what we want to do at a local level. Now, that's not to say if the city of Pico Rivera wants to adopt language that is inconsistent with the state law, that you could do so. Would you be challenged? Likely. But to answer your question, if you pick a date to roll back in a point in time further back than what's being recommended, it still would not carve out the exemption that's found in AB 2782. So that's the state law that set the exemption and the date of February 13th, 2020.
But through your research, have you found precedents that this rollback can be defensible and therefore benefit the residents of the mobile home park residents of Pico Rivera?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So I recognize that even the ordinance itself, the property owners can challenge it. And quite frankly, I move forward with the understanding that this is very possible. But I'm also mindful that as we bring something forward that is defensible, hence the $1,000 number is not something that I could support because of is there case law out there that sets precedence for the number as $1,000?
There is no case that we have found that addressed a dollar amount. The leading case on rollback was a 1986 case, Berman versus Downing. It's ironic that we had the former mayor of West Hollywood before you this evening because it was a case that stemmed from the city of West Hollywood. And they had a rent stabilization ordinance. They rolled back rents for a limited period of time, and then had the ordinance in place. Now, in addition, the language that we have provided, again, because of the short 2 weeks to try and research volumes of materials is not an easy task. And to read all the cases, we've been doing this diligently for the last 2 weeks. And that's why, with due apologies, we wanted to bring to the council the most current evaluation by our office. And the one element that's also in the revised regular ordinance is that mobile home owners will have the ability to find a reasonable rate of return. They can petition the city, and also that if they would be entitled to that 3% increase from the date of the rollback.
And therefore, if you look at the county ordinance that is before us with minor touches, it's an ordinance that the county has used that, in essence, has been vetted in many ways. And it offers in the ordinance the opportunity for a mobile home park owner, the opportunity to, ask for additional rent. There is a procedure. There is a procedure for the people that own the units themselves versus the space. So if the ordinance helps the month-to-month, where there's one or there's 100 today, this ordinance before us. If we roll it back to a date and it benefits both leasees and the month-to-month, which is, in my assessment, what you're saying is defensible. If we were to add that amendment, I don't see why we cannot move this forward. We've had plenty of time to discuss this, research, and therefore, the residents need the help today, not tomorrow, not next month, not,
Councilman,
and so.
I got to hear what your amendment is, okay?
So, no, well, there's no amendment because there's a vote on the table. I'm just saying discussion for clarification. So I think that there is no reason to continue if certain council members don't support this item and want to fast and delay this, then I get it. But in the end of the day, the residents need help today, And if we can move and begin the process today, I think your research has been done well, and we should move in the direction. So I will not be supporting this motion to create another study session and talk about everything that's already been discussed.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Yes, thank you. I have a question regarding the, so in the ordinance as it is, it requires the mobile park owners to register and pay a fee. How much would that run, or is there that to be determined by the Economic Development Department?
That would come back to the council after review and analysis of comparable or similar registration fees. And so that's not, it's a component of the ordinance, but the actual dollar amount is not before you this evening.
I see that as a flaw additionally, because as it's written, the mobile park owner will have to register the space, and then they could then charge back the tenant 50% of that. So if we, the city, charge them a registration fee of, say, $100, they could then turn back around and legally charge the tenant $50, which is then increasing the rent $50 more legally. So I think this as it is might be
There's protection
flawed.
in the ordinance that protects that.
They would be able to, correct?
The fee itself, the revised ordinance establishes a 1-year moratorium on that fee. And then that's an issue for the council to decide. The county ordinance requires the park owner to pay, but allows the park owner to recoup or recover or charge the tenants up to 50% of that fee. And then that's what's in the Pico Rivera ordinance currently. But the first year, there would be no fees.
And in addition, there is the possibility for the mobile home owner on page 8 to submit an application for rate increase adjustments. So let's say, which happens often, they pass a bond measure, and the voters approve that. The property taxes will increase. The mobile home owner can then pass that increase in property taxes on to the resident, right?
They can petition, if it's beyond a 3% increase or 75% of the CPI, whichever is greater, they can petition for additional rent increase beyond that 3% or 75% of CPI.
Mm-hmm.
That goes through an administrative process, reviewed, and either it's approved or not approved.
And these are the there's two contingencies that we still need to discuss if we want to include the rollback to a specific date, and if we do, what date, a specific amount, or no rollback at all. And then in addition, the registration issue is still a contingency we need to determine with this ordinance.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, let me go back to the vote on, because you had a second on here, so can you repeat your?
Yes, I'd like to refresh my motion to take this conversation to a study session. And I believe I'm waiting for a second.
You had a second for me.
Okay.
Councilmember Luntz, if I can ask just a question to that motion, and it also would include not taking any action on the ordinance this evening.
And also not taking any action to this motion this evening, being that I just saw for the first time here that the cost of implementing this ordinance year one would be $410,000. How much would it be for every year thereafter?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. As you see in page 2 of the staff report, and this is just an estimate, we don't know until we roll out the program, but just for the in-house staff, it would be upwards of $160,000.
So are we looking at a fiscal impact on the city and the residents as a whole of nearly $800,000 to $900,000 between now and 2025?
Again, if you factor in the one-time cost, we cannot predict the legal challenges. That's an uncertainty. But if you just factor in the analyst position to help evaluate that, just put that over for a few years, that's, minimum $500,000, if not more.
So the minimum of $500,000 a year one, then another 100 to 200 every year thereafter until 2025, you're at 800,000. And we're not including litigation, which is bound to happen because that's part of this process and implementation. And it's really an ordinance that needs to be better planned. And that's why I make the motion that we take this to a study session and we table the existing ordinance that we have in front of us and we come up with something better in a study session. Can I get a second?
Yes, you have a second, a call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
We're still in
I think we
discussion.
should take a roll call vote on this item.
But we're still in discussion.
We're still in discussion. He opened up the discussion again.
We're still in discussion. So I would like to just make a hopefully final comment on this and put this to rest. Like I said before, this ordinance has been before us for the past year. I get it. You'll point to this one and say, well, you just had it for today. I get that too. But the substantive points, the main points, has been before us for over a year. And in fact, I've seen council members.
4 years.
4 years.
Yes.
Fine, 4 years. And I've seen council members, people running for office, say that they adopt this ordinance when they were going after votes. So to then circle back and say, well, it's flawed, and those were the same comments that were made back when I first tried to bring this up in February, January. And my response to those comments is, well, then what have you done to improve it? I give credit to the council member Camacho because he actually did that. He circled back and looked at research, and they presented more information to him that changed his mind. So, and the second part is we didn't even know if we could roll back rent. Right? If you read his memo, that's what he opens up with. He didn't believe it. But as they started to research the case law, then they started to find that that's actually feasible. So not only does it cap rent, and it's debatable upon how many people it helps. It helps some people now. Full stop. So, to push this thing on, to me, it's just disingenuous. I'd rather just have a vote and let's just move on. But,
We have,
Still-
I call for the discussion. We really, all we're doing is just adding more to this.
Yeah, but I think the discussion still continues, and I want to say a few more points, and that is for clarity purposes, and that is that, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, good questions as relates to the registration fees, the application fees. Those are things that we'll deal with, and determine whether we give it to 100% to the mobile home park owners, whether we as a city take that cost, or is it a 50-50? That's to be determined. That's not before us today. If this motion second fails, to move it to a study session, my amendment is to put the rollback so it can benefit those individuals, all individuals in the rollback. And so this is already here, as Councilmember Lara mentioned, we've had the opportunity to discuss. Delaying this is not going to bring any more to it. I respectfully disagree with staff's assessment as to this cost, because we're talking about 405 units, and we're talking about the beginning of the first year. It's not an annual fixed cost. And based on talking to the county and talking to them of how many actually have been challenged, very few, if at all. So I respectfully disagree. That said, that's my point. You have a motion on the floor, and
We have a motion on the floor, and I think what we've discussed it to the point that it's almost in our benefit that we do it because of all the other factors in?
there is no benefit to
Okay,
continue.
all right. Okay.
There's no, I don't
Let's
see anything.
call for a vote, and all in favor, say aye.
No, I'd rather do roll
Oh,
call.
roll call?
Okay, this is on the substitute motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Camacho,
No.
Councilmember Lara,
No.
Councilmember Lutz,
Yes.
Dr. Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Elias.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item, Water Authority, number 24, vehicle replacement, authorize the purchase of F-550 mechanic body crane truck with utility bed. What is the recommendation? Did we go through that already?
Yes, we did, sir.
Yes, we
That was on
did.
consent.
Okay, so is there need to, we need to,
No, that was already on consent, correct? Okay.
no, we still need to, yes, okay. Do I have a motion to?
You have a
Why don't
motion.
you give us the recommendation?
Yes, sir. This is definitely something that is needed in the water department. It's going to be purchased through Rush Trucks. The one thing I'm going to try and see if we can get it actually purchased in Pico Rivera. Right now, it's in Whittier. It's because it's, I think that's where the distribution of these trucks happen. So I'll do work with Rush to see if we can get the sale actually in the city of Pico Rivera. So we do move to recommend this item.
Okay.
I make a motion.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Oh, let me get them.
City manager staff reports.
Yes, Mayor, just a couple updates. As you know, we have our Veterans Day celebration. Pam, why don't you give us a little preview of that, because I know it's going to be a great event.
Yes, it's going to be fantastic. We're inviting everyone to come out on Thursday. Breakfast starts at 8:30 and will go to about 9:45. We have some wonderful keynote speakers, and I want to thank everybody who contributed to that. We have Colonel Otto Padron, who will be with us as a keynote speaker. We also have a veteran who is a resident, a long-term resident, and his name is Mr. Centero, and he'll be there. We will have Senator Archuleta. We will have Supervisor Hilda Solis that will be there. We will have the LA County staff out there with their information on the Veterans Resource Center that is coming to town. So this is really exciting. And we also have something special that will be happening about 10:15. We have secured the Condor Squadron from World War II, which will be doing a flyover. They'll be doing two turns around Pico Rivera, and they will be doing the honorary plume for the missing soldiers. So we're really excited to be bringing you a really nice program on Thursday. We hope you all can come.
Great. And Pam, if you could just mention really quick regarding the golf course, because we did issue a memo to council regarding them shutting it down for a little
Yes.
bit and some of the holes, and then we will reposition those holes for use. I think it'll take about 24 hours to convert that over to the newer 9-hole, correct?
That's correct, yes. We received word that our partial closure will begin on Monday, November 15th. So we are working on that, and we're working with the golf course staff to try to get the greens operating in just a different fashion in a 9-hole way, so we can still continue to be open for the next year into 2022, October of 2022.
And construction.
Question on that. We talked about, there was going to be a termination date in terms of what, are subsidizing the landscaping. Is that going to occur?
Yeah, well, so we talked about allowing the operation to continue until a full closure happens sometime in October, I believe, of 2022.
Right.
Right now, it's self-sustaining.
Okay.
Next item, we also have the groundbreaking for our mini pitch, November 15th. So I know that's going to be happening pretty soon. We're actually trying to do an event. I'll turn it over to Pam if she has any updates on that.
Sure, really quickly, we had to change the date to the groundbreaking to Monday, the 22nd, only because the contractor's equipment wasn't going to be there on the 15th, and we want to make it a nice picture for you. So it'll be Monday, the 22nd at 9 a.m. If you could make it, that would be great. And we're trying to get Caesar from the Roldan family to join us, who is the sports trainer for the Galaxy.
Also would like to let you know we're trying to schedule a meeting with Congresswoman Sanchez to discuss the impacts of HR 2467. What we're trying to do is get an exemption for water purveyors. Right now, the legislation states that we would be on the hook for contaminants. And, I know amongst all water agencies, this is throughout the nation, it's an extremely important matter. We're just trying to schedule a meeting where with other water purveyors to express our opposition, and hopefully that can be taken out of that bill. That concludes my updates.
New business, Mayor Pro Tem?
None for me.
None for you?
No new business.
Councilman Lara?
Yeah, there's one item, hopefully I get a second on to direct the Parks and Recs Director to further research this item. One of the competing ideas about the Olympic swimming pool was fashioning it or changing it so that it fits the motif of this community, that being seniors and children. And there are some examples out there, local and across the United States, where they've taken their swimming pools and they've converted them into advanced splash pads, if you will. Not only that, but they've converted a portion of it for there to be aqua therapy for our seniors. So in brief discussion with the Parks and Recs Director, I said, given that LA County's building an aquatic center at Pioneer High School, just on the other side of the 605. And given that the El Rancho High School is going to remodel their pool, and in discussion with some of those board members, they want to open that up for the public. Maybe we don't quite need an Olympic-sized swimming pool for our city. That's what was given to us, and we've been appreciative of it. But maybe we need to also put together, not necessarily adopt right now, but put together and look at an alternative idea, which my assumption would be potentially wouldn't cost us as much, because you wouldn't need a 12-foot depth throughout for some of the things that we'd like to do. So therefore, it would cut down on your pumps, it would cut down on your boilers, it would cut down on the amount of water that you use. So that may be some potential cost savings. But nevertheless, if I could get a second to direct the Parks and Rec Director to flush out, thank you.
I think it would be better
Agendize
appropriate
it?
for the Public Works Director to look into that in collaboration with Park and Rec.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Provide some clarification on that, again, just so we have it clear. What was your motion?
My direction was to have the Parks and Recs Director, along with the Public Works Director, to discuss among themselves and to look at examples and to look at how we would go about converting an Olympic-sized swimming pool to something that meets the needs of our community a little bit better.
I think it's a great idea. I really do. If you take a look at Smith Park on Sunday afternoon, that would be wonderful. Okay, so the second,
So, Mayor, just out of clarity, because again, I don't want to run through the same process we did just shortly. Did you want to have a vote on this matter? Does any member of the council wish to have a vote on this matter? Or if we're going to follow the rules, 2 council members saying yes, that's what happens. So I just want to
you were
make
asking
sure.
for discussion, weren't you?
I was just asking for direction and discussion.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
And it was second.
Follow the rules.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, any new business?
None.
No, no more. Councilman?
No business.
Okay. Councilman Lara, again, or did you finish?
Old business?
New business?
No, sir, I'm done.
Okay, good. Councilman Lutz?
No new business.
No new business. Okay, new business for me. Okay. With the approval of the Resource Center, the Veterans Resource Center, I think it's really strategic and imperative that we establish a Veterans Commission, that would be able to, again, provide us, assistance in developing policies and events for the seniors, or excuse me, for the veterans. I don't feel that it's going to be required a monthly situation. But again, I think there's a need for a formalization and institutionalization of a Veterans Commission. I would like to place that for discussion and next agenda. Do I have a second?
Sure, you have a second. I'll give you a second.
Thank you. Okay, that's the extent of the new business. All business, Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing I can think of right now.
Nothing? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Mayor, I just want to state that over the past week, Rio Hondo Park implemented a new security surveillance camera system that basically is just like the Ring system. If people were to correlate that have in their own homes, this system allows an overhead speaker to speak to the patrons there, the park goers. If there is one individual doing something inappropriate at the park, the loudspeaker will let them know to refrain or stop what they're doing. The sheriff is going to have the ability to actually have access to these cameras in the park, and park staff will also have access to these cameras. And at the end of the day, these cameras now provide an added layer of safety for our park goers, our seniors and children, 24/7, daytime and nighttime. And if we see someone that is committing a crime, we have the footage and we actually can speak to them on the spot through these loudspeakers. And I believe this is a win for our community because we always want to provide our constituents with safe parks and recreation spaces, and we've leveled up that at the Rio Hondo Park. And I hope that we see this as a successful project, and we will know over the next couple years, and then we can eventually implement in other parks to make our other parks that much safer, just as Rio Hondo has become. So we did a ribbon cutting this past week, and I was there with Councilman Camacho, and it was just fantastic to unveil that, and I look forward to making our city a lot safer for the residents of Pico Rivera.
Mayor, may I just comment on that? Thank you, Councilmember Lutz, for bringing that up and leading that effort in Rio Hondo Park. As was stated, I think it's one of those opportunities now that we're going to be able to prevent our residents to be victimized, prevent our parks to be vandalized. And I wanted to add as well, for those individuals that walk your dog and don't pick up your poop, you know, there are poop bags there, so we will be watching and we'll be making sure we use the speaker to let them know and shame them for not picking up their poop in addition to that. So thank you for bringing that up.
We'll call it the poop cam.
Another task. I'm going to get you to do it.
Yes, okay.
That concludes old business. Thank you, Mayor.
Meetings. Mayor Pro Tem.
None. As I mentioned before, I was just able to participate in a webinar with the League of California Cities, and that was very informational regarding budgeting. That's it.
Councilman?
I just want to briefly touch on my ride-along with Sheriff's Deputy Ben Sahili. He's our host, our homeless officer resource. I need to write a letter to put in his file, please. Mr. Deputy Ben Sahili is the right person for that job. He is a kind, thoughtful, caring individual that he grew up in Whittier, and he still resides in Whittier, but he loves this community. And he has a great relationship with city staff, with the various organizations who interact, like LASA. Every morning he makes his rounds. He goes by typical places where homeless people stash out, either because they need to get away from the elements or they want to do drugs. And it's a basic route. It's right behind, one route is right behind the Parks and Recs building. And there were bikes and carts and trash. And he was there, and he was interacting with our public works staff, and they were cleaning it up, and he stayed there. We then drove over, and we interacted with a few homeless people. And let me just make a brief comment, and I'll stop. In my opinion, based upon my experience in talking with Deputy Ben Sahili, there's two buckets of homelessness people. In my opinion, you organize them in two buckets. The larger bucket is those individuals who are just very transit. They don't have any connections to the city of Pico Rivera. They weren't born here. They don't have family here. They don't have friends here. They're just making their way through. If they choose to stay for a few days or a few weeks, or if they choose to set up camp in the spreading grounds, that's a portion of our homelessness. There's a smaller bucket of individuals who were either raised in Pico Rivera, have family here, and they're tied to the community. And there's just one individual I think of offhand over by Whittier and Passons. And he sleeps there on the corner behind the gas station. And he he's unfortunately a nuisance to the surrounding community. So I wonder if, as a city, we happen to set up a pilot program that we manage to pay for someone like him his lodging, right? Well, the focus would be to get them into long-term housing, Section 8 or some other service within the city. If that would take a few people off the street and improve the quality of life for our residents. You know, talking to him, he thinks there's about 10 people in this community that would apply to. You know, if we just started with 5 and just chipped away slowly, because those are chronic. Those are always going to be there. But at the end of the day, you know, so that was my brief takeaway, but it was a privilege to ride alongside. Thank you for providing that opportunity. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Thank you.
I think that would have fit the new business a little
Yeah,
bit better.
yeah.
Than,
No, I understand.
okay. Councilman Lutz, meetings.
We have an anticipated meeting with Mayor Pro Tem that is anticipated with the school board. It is a joint ad hoc committees, and it's set, I believe, for, if I can get help, Mayor Pro Tem, what day do we have? November 18th is anticipated to have a joint ad hoc meeting with the school board members to discuss items that we have agendized, not yet, but one item has already been resolved, thankfully, from city staff's viewpoint, and it's been approved as of today, which is the MOU for the Montebello bus line to continue in working order on Passons Boulevard. So that's a great win for the school and for the city. And there are a couple other items that we're going to discuss. And Mayor Pro Tem is going to head that discussion. And so those are the anticipated meetings that we have set for these upcoming 2 weeks. That's it for me.
Okay, I have nothing to report, so I would like to close in memory of Letty Lopez. Mr. City Attorney, can you take us to closed session?
Mr. Mayor, I believe is speaking with the city manager.
Yeah, so if there's a desire, I know it's been a long meeting, if we want to move the closed session items to next meeting, just want to see if there's
Let me
consensus
ask
for that.
The council, what do you think?
I have no problem with that.
You have no problem with that? Okay, do we need to take a vote or just a consensus?
Consensus is fine, and all closed session items will be held over to the next meeting.
Well, wait a minute, how do you feel about it?
I'm good, yeah.
You're good? Okay. All right. Okay, meeting adjourned.